Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners. The board continues to conduct business remotely due to our COVID-19 state of emergency. The public may join and follow tonight's meeting by viewing it online at mecnc.gov, listen on YouTube, or follow on Twitter, or you may call the following number, 408-418-9388. Again, 408-418-9388, and enter the following access code, 718-053-395. 718-053-395. Now, due to the planned protests in the Uptown Charlotte area tonight, our meeting cannot be simultaneously interpreted into American Sign Language. We will be available, but it will be available on our website at mecnc.gov later this week. The meeting will be closed captioned as always. We appreciate the work of our sign language interpreters and the great support we have received from the deaf community. We will begin tonight's meeting by having each board member to identify him or herself so that the records will reflect who is present and participating in the meeting. I will introduce myself and call upon each of my colleagues to do the same as I call on their respective district. I am George Dunlap. I am participating remotely. I'm elected by the people of District 3, and I have the privilege of serving as chair of the board. Next, I will call on at-large Commissioner Pat Cotham. Commissioner Cotham. We will come back to Commissioner Cotham. Commissioner Ella Scarborough.
Commissioner Ella Scarborough, at-large member.
All right. Commissioner Trevor Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Trevor Fuller. I'm honored and privileged to serve as a county commissioner at large, representing all the more than 1 million people who live in Mecklenburg County. I am participating in our meeting tonight remotely. And if I may take just a quick moment of personal privilege, I'd be remiss not to acknowledge what's happening in our community and across the country.
Excuse me, Commissioner Fuller. We are going to allow every commissioner, because I'm sure everybody wants to respond. At the end of our meeting, when we have commissioners' time, I will extend the time period an additional 2 minutes so that everybody who wants to speak will speak. Thank you.
Well, yes, and Mr. Chairman, I have a point of personal privilege to acknowledge that. I'll make more comments about it, but I want at least at the top of our meeting to acknowledge what's actually going on around us as we have this meeting, and that it is an important thing for us and that we're not ignoring it just because we're taking care of our business tonight. But welcome to our meeting.
Thank you for that. Commissioner District 1.
This is Commissioner Powell. I represent District 1. I am participating remotely. I represent all of North Mecklenburg, and I also serve as vice chair. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner District 2.
This is Commissioner District 2, Vilma D. Leek, representing the most powerful district in the county. Happy to be with you tonight.
Commissioner District 4.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Jarrell, and I want to say welcome. I represent the people of District 4.
And the commissioner from District 5.
Good evening. My name is Susan Harden, and I represent District 5, which is South Charlotte, and I am participating remotely.
Commissioner District 6.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Susan Rodriguez McDowell, and I represent District 6 all along the southern border of Mecklenburg County.
And again, Commissioner Pat Cotham. Commissioner Cotham. I know she's there. All right, we'll move on. We'll try it one more time. I will also ask the following persons to introduce themselves. Clerk to the board.
Good evening, Emily Kunze, clerk to the board.
Our deputy clerk.
Good evening, I'm Christine Smith, deputy clerk.
Our county manager.
Good evening, I'm Dina Diorio, Mecklenburg County manager.
and our county attorney.
Good evening, Tyrone Wade, County Attorney.
Pat Cotham, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a little problem with my internet, but I'm Pat Cotham, County Commissioner at Large.
All right, thank you. Before we turn to our housekeeping rules for the meeting, let me turn to Commissioner Elaine Powell, who will be providing our invocation tonight, and it will be followed by our Pledge of Allegiance.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Tonight, I want to acknowledge the legitimate outrage resulting from the murders of Mr. George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and others. I'd like to extend sympathy to their families and friends who are grieving. We are all seeing and hearing from protesters who are flooded with emotions, flooded with pain, flooded with frustration, flooded with fear, flooded with anger, flooded with uncertainty, overwhelmed, exhausted from dealing with layer upon layer of hurt for so many years, for generations, tired of fighting to be heard, tired of trying to prove that we are all created equal. Tonight, my prayer is simple. I pray for unity. I pray for leadership that unites. I pray that we will work together to get to the heart of the protests. I pray that we will all take the time to listen to different perspectives, even when conversations are. I pray that we will all have the courage to stand up to the power of those who have disproportionate influence. I pray that we will all take action for what is right. I believe that we are all brothers and sisters. Pray for leadership that unites. Amen.
Amen. All right, if you would now repeat the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, since we're still conducting remote meetings, our housekeeping rules to which we must adhere to that will govern our actions are still in effect so that our board members will accurately reflect actions that we take. If a commissioner wishes to leave the meeting, please ask for a point of personal privilege. State the privilege so that the minutes accurately capture the actions and attendance of each board member. When a commissioner returns, please announce your return when it is most convenient to do so. Since no one is physically present, when there is a matter on the floor for debate, we will have to call on each commissioner to ask whether or not they have comments. Please wait to be recognized by the chair before speaking, and please refrain from speaking over one another or interrupting another speaker. May I also suggest that each speaker ends his or her comments by saying, "This concludes my comments." If a commissioner does not wish to speak to a particular issue, then if they would just say, "I have no comments," or "I do not wish to speak to this matter." When a motion is made, the maker of the motion will identify him or herself as well as the individual seconding the motion. The chair will verbally repeat the motion and the seconder and the motion for the record. Since we are not physically present, when there's a matter requiring a vote, I will conduct a roll call vote. I will call upon each commissioner separately to ask for the vote to be cast verbally so that there's no confusion as to how a commissioner voted. At the end of the roll call vote, the clerk will state the results of each vote. All right. So let's begin tonight by first saying again, and I'm sorry I had to interrupt Commissioner Fuller because I know that everyone wants to make comments, I'm almost certain, relative to what's going on in our community and during this time. And so I've decided that we will extend commissioners' time at the end of the meeting by an additional 2 minutes, giving you a total of 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes, to make whatever comments you might want to make at that time. So let me begin by announcing those items that have been pulled from our consent agenda to see if there's any questions or clarifications that need to be made. The following items have been pulled by Commissioner Leek. Item 206132, 206147, 206154, 206155, 206160, 206161, 206162, 206163, 206165, 206170, 206175, and 206189. Is there any other item on the consent agenda that needs to be pulled? Hearing none, we'll move to our first item on the agenda, which is awards and recognition. And at this time, I'll turn to Commissioner Susan Rodriguez McDowell to read a proclamation for National Gun Violence Awareness Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, I'd like to give just the very short background on this before I read it. This proclamation declares the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Mecklenburg County to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence, and to declare that we as a county and a country must do more to reduce gun violence. Anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 5th, the first Friday in June in 2020, to help raise awareness about gun violence. With this proclamation, we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands by encouraging responsible gun ownership to help keep our children and all of our people safe. This is also perfect timing as we allocate real dollars, $320,250 to implementing a violence intervention specialist program in our FY21 budget on this very day. I am proud to support this proclamation and this budget item. So here's the proclamation. Whereas, based on the data compiled by the organization Everytown for Gun Safety, more than 100 Americans are killed by gun violence on an average. There are more than 13,000 gun homicides every year, with Americans being 25 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And whereas North Carolina has an average of 1,350 gun deaths each year, with a rate of 13 deaths per 100,000 people. North Carolina has the 24th highest rate of gun deaths in the United States, and counties across the nation, including Mecklenburg County, are working to end this senseless violence with evidence-based solutions. And whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories. And whereas the pandemic facing America has drastically impacted communities and individuals sheltering in place, which may result in situations where access to firearms leads to an increased risk in intimate partner violence, gun deaths, suicide by gun, and unintentional shootings. And whereas in January 2013, Hadia Pendleton, a teenager who marched in the presidential inaugural parade and was tragically shot and killed just weeks later, should be now celebrating her 23rd birthday. Her friends commemorated her life by wearing orange. And whereas to help honor Hadia, those whose lives were cut short, and the countless survivors who were injured by shootings, a national coalition of organizations has designated June 5th, 2020 as the 6th National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 5th to raise awareness and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. This color was chosen because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and this color symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands by encouraging responsible gun ownership and helping to keep our children safe. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners hereby proclaims the first Friday in June, June 5th, 2020, as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Mecklenburg County, and encourage all citizens to join us in this special observance. this second day of June 2020. And I'm wearing my orange right now. Too bad you can't really see me, but I'm wearing it again Friday.
All right. And you're going to make a motion?
I am making a motion that we declare Friday, June 5th as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Mecklenburg County.
Is there a second?
Second, Vilma Leak, Commissioner Leak.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Leak, that we declare Friday National Gun Violence Day. I will go to the roll call vote. Let's see who's first today. Commissioner Jarrell. See you vote.
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Harden.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
And Commissioner Powell.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous vote to adopt the proclamation.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on at this time to public appearance.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
and thank you. This is Commissioner Leak. I just want to make one statement as it relates to the National Gun Violence Awareness Day. All of us are familiar with what took place a couple of weeks ago to one of our staff persons. And this is close to my heart because it has taken away the lives of a mother and a son without the necessity of having been so. Ask this community to pray for us and pray for this country. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to public appearance. Madam Clerk, there's speakers.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I apologize. Could I speak a little bit? I am so grateful that for Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell for doing this. And could I possibly make a few comments?
Certainly.
All right, thank you. I'll keep it to under 3 minutes if that's okay with you. I just wanted to bring this more into our community, and if I could say some of the names of our homicide victims who have died by gun violence. Mr. Chairman, is that okay with you?
That's fine.
All right, thank you. I just want to kind of do some random. DeQuavian LeVar Brown, he was 17 years old. Kareem Shaman McLeod, he was 22. He died on Clanton Road. Philip Patrick Young, affectionately called Big Trill, he was 29. He died and was on the ground in the Plaza and Eastway. Danqueers Napoleon Franklin, he was 27. He was a father. He loved basketball, and he died at the Burger King on Beatties Ford Road by Interstate 85. Daquan Kyle Shannon, affectionately known as Slim, he was 17. He went to Garinger High. Jordan Hill, he was 20 years old. He was shot in the neck on Pruitt Street in West Charlotte. Joshua Javier Diaz was 28. He died on Albemarle Road. Kinsey Cladarius Biddle was 22. He died on the plaza while sitting in his car at 8 o'clock in the morning. Samuel Harrison Stitt was 22, and he had already organized a Stop the Violence motorcycle ride. His mother said she did not want her son to be a statistic. Darnell Lamont Harris, he was 48. He worked at Steak and Shake on South Boulevard, and he protected customers during a robbery. He saved lives. Darnell Mills, he was 20 years old and he died on East W.T. Harris. He was shot in the head by a passenger in his car. Darian C. Ford, he was 25. He died on Catherine Simmons Avenue off Beatty's Ford Road. He had a 4-year-old daughter. DeAndre Shakal Love, he was 19. He died on Idlewild Road and Snow Lane. Jaquez Keshawn Moore, I think I already said him, he was 19. David Lindsay, he died in East Charlotte, sitting in his car. He was a barber at No Grease Barbershop, and everyone said he was one of the good guys. Larico Williams, he was 21. He died on Old Pineville Road. When he was young, he loved Scooby-Doo. Bobby McKeithen, he was 16. He died at Butler High School. And the two that died at UNC Charlotte.
Did we lose our connection?
I was thinking she needed a moment.
I'm sorry, I must have lost internet, but thank you for giving me a chance for you to hear some of their names.
All right. Before I move on, is there anyone else that wants to speak to this issue? All right. Moving on. Public appearance. Madam Clerk, are there speakers?
Yes, Chair Dunlap, we have 2 speakers this evening.
All right. Because we have 2 speakers, I'm obligated to read these comments. Public appearance is the period during the board's regular meeting that members of the public are provided the opportunity to speak on matters not appearing on the agenda. Members of the public who appear during the public appearance portion of the regular meeting may discuss any matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Commissioners, except for the following types of matters. A matter which concerns the candidacy of any person for public office, including the candidacy of a person appearing before the board. A request that board consider funding a certain program or activity, either from the current budget or by inclusion in a future budget. Such requests would be made at the board's annual budget public hearing. All right. The time limit for speaking is 3 minutes. You will be recognized and have 3 minutes to speak. A timer will sound at the end of your 3 minutes. You will be thanked and placed on mute. The clerk will now call on the speakers.
The first speaker is Reverend Jordan Boyd. Go ahead, Reverend, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Dunlap, and to the commissioners on the dais tonight. I'd like to thank all of you for your continued commitment to the work and welfare of the citizens of Mecklenburg County. The statement you have made in this budget appropriation speaks to the concern you have for the health and needs of those in our community. Over the past 2 years plus, myself and other clergy have met on numerous occasions, too numerous to even count, with school board members, former CMS staff and superintendent, along with present CMS staff and superintendent, asking, pleading, imploring, demanding that the school board and the superintendent place on its agenda the highest priority in decreasing the academic gap between Black and brown children and their white counterparts. The situation our children find themselves in today warrants that the county manager and the mayor issue another state of emergency. to stop what amounts to intellectual and social genocide happening to our children. We want to ask this board to speak with one voice tonight and move forward with holding any additional funds to CMS and put existing funds in a restrictive account until CMS puts forth not a strategic plan, but an implementation plan with measurable markers that demonstrate progress among Black and brown children toward college and career-ready levels, moving toward a goal of at least 80% where their white classmates stand today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Dr. Ricky Woods. Go ahead, doctor. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak before the board tonight. I'm here tonight to first thank the County Commissions for their budget changes to the county manager's budgets. Your changes demonstrate that you listen to the community and healthcare providers in increasing spending in public health. But secondly, I'm here to request the commissioners not to increase funding for CMS, but hold funding to current levels. CMS is failing children of color, and this failure cannot be placed on behavior. Researchers have demonstrated how children of color that should be in advanced classes are locked out. Poor children with inadequate resources have been clustered together with no opportunity to succeed, and CMS still does not meet the threshold of a sound basic education, and North Carolina state law says all children are entitled upon graduation, career, and college ready. 2 examples of that are Renaissance West Academy, where multiple resources have been placed in Renaissance West, both from the school system and by nonprofits, but yet only 10.1% of the students at Renaissance West Academy are career and college ready, and their state grade rating is an F, and they did not meet growth. In spite of all of the nonprofit support, the new buildings and technology, only 13.2% of third graders are on reading levels. At Walter G. Byers, only 22% of the third graders are on reading level, and only 24% are college and career ready. This is even with the support of the Charlotte Post Foundation. Therefore, additional funding should be held until CMS can establish measurable plan and be held accountable with taxpayer dollars in the lives of the children of our community. Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers?
That concludes our speakers.
All right, that concludes our public comment period. So this time we will turn to our advisory committee reports. Understand that there's a Adult Healthcare and Nursing Home Community Advisory Committee report. Is it Hillary Kaler presenting and Lindsay Tice?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you for having us, Commissioner Dunlap. We really appreciate being here. Very different to do our report this year than in past years, but we appreciate the time and the opportunity. My name is Hillary Kaler. I'm the Regional Ombudsman for Mecklenburg County Nursing Homes specifically, and my partner Lindsay will introduce herself in a minute. I'm going to start the first piece of the annual report of our Community Advisory Committee members, and then I'm going to let her continue on. So the report, I know you all have a copy of the report, and this is reporting on the 2019 year for our volunteers and our program. And we really had a great year because we had a lot of increased visibility in the community facilities because we've had a good influx of volunteers. And a lot of you all were able to recommend a lot of folks to our committee. And we actually did do orientation and implemented over 30 new volunteers into our programs this past year, and that has increased our visibility quite a bit and our overall ability to do all of our facility visits, which really is important to us. As stated in the report, we continue to do all of our facility visits. We continue to do our friendly visits. And because this report is a 2019 report, things for us currently are a little bit different. So what I'll do is do the report, and then at the end, if you have questions about the current state of what's going on in long-term care, Lindsay and I will be happy to answer the questions as best as possible, because right now things are very different because of COVID. So things have taken a little bit different of a turn. We do have a good percentage of our committee members very committed to our committees. We offer a lot of education and in-servicing to our facilities. Lindsay and I also visit all of our facilities every quarter at a minimum, and sometimes even more often. And we're in constant contact with our facility staff, our facility residents, and our volunteers that go into all of the buildings. One of the things that our committee was able to be involved in last year was a legislative advocacy day in Raleigh back in April of 2019. And we were able to advocate for the personal needs money increase that the residents get in facilities when they are on any kind of special assistance or Medicaid. The number is very, very low. In nursing homes, for example, it's $30 a person. So we were asking that personal needs, and as a whole state, our volunteers got together from every county and went to Raleigh and spent the day and told folks why it was so important to increase that so that they have some personal needs money that's been increased over time. It actually went through with a lot of support, but we were not in the final budget this past year for the governor's budget. So we hope to continue to advocate for that. But it was exciting, and a lot of our volunteers really enjoyed that opportunity. I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay to introduce herself and kind of finish up the annual report, and then we're happy to answer any questions that anybody would have.
Sure. Again, hey, thank you for having me. My name is Lindsay Tice. I am the ombudsman that serves mainly what we call adult care homes in the state of North Carolina, but for those on the ground, that's called assisted livings. So we do have quite a few more assisted livings and family care homes in Mecklenburg County than any of the other counties that we serve in our 9-county region. And yeah, I wanted to point out a couple things to continue on with the list. We did have some challenges this year with a couple of our adult care homes. Back in June of 2019, so almost a full year ago, we did have one facility in Mint Hill Senior Living, that was actually closed by the fire marshal. Their fire enunciator panel sound system was not up to code, and the residents were, I'm going to use the word immediately. It was over the course of about 2 days. They were evacuated to other buildings all across our region. A few got to stay in Charlotte. Some were sent up to Rockwell in Rowan County. Some were sent over to Anson County in Wadesboro. A couple were sent over to Gaston County. So certainly not a great time for those residents who live there, but it was for their safety. They did return back in December of 2019. The renovations took a lot longer than originally anticipated. One adult care home that we reported on last year, because it happened at the end of 2018, just wanted to give you an update on that. The license was revoked by the state of North Carolina. It was the Regency at Pineville. It's down near off Park Road Extension near CMC, Pineville. It has reopened under new management. And it is now called the Charlotte. They did extensive renovations to the building, and they are they've been accepting residents for quite a couple months now, so they are on their way to becoming a full-fledged facility again. One of the things that we always talk about with our long-term care facilities is Mecklenburg County is a big county. We have lots of different options for folks to live in nursing homes, assisted livings, and family care homes. One of the things that we are continually seeing, and it is continuing to be a challenge, is that we have lots of options. Very few are affordable. All right. We're talking probably the cheapest assisted living in town, or the most affordable, would be $4,500 a month. That number can go up to $12,000 a month. That's a lot of money. I don't know too many people who have that to be able to spend for quite a long time into the future. We have very, very few adult care homes that even accept the state county special assistance program, that SA program, which is a Medicaid type program for residents of low income. The regulations do not require the facilities to accept it,
and they don't. We only have maybe, I believe it's about 5. We had a change of ownership of one of the companies that did accept it before. We have maybe 5 facilities total out of that number on the first page that accept that payment. So we have a wide, I mean, a very, very, very large gap, folks, of people who just really fall in that middle of being able to afford a private pay and can qualify for state county special assistance. And the other challenge is a lot of folks may be $20 over that cutoff rate, putting them in an even harder spot of finding placement in long-term care for assisted livings. Not the case for nursing homes, but in assisted livings, it is very challenging. We have a little bit of growth that's going to be happening. We have a new adult care home that I don't believe construction started, but will be up in Huntersville. We also have a couple more CCRCs, which are continuing care retirement communities that are opening up in the Charlotte area. That would be something similar to a Southminster, a Sharon Towers, Pines at Davidson, Plantation Estates, where a neighborhood would have independent living, assisted living, perhaps memory care, and skilled nursing all on the same site. And we do have 3 of those being planned in Mecklenburg County. One pretty close to being finished over in South Park, the Barclay. So we do have some growth in that area, but once again, we have a lack of affordable housing for folks in long-term care in Mecklenburg County. I also cover Stanley County, so the Albemarle area. There are more options in some of our smaller counties in our region, more options for folks who kind of need a more affordable bed than what we have to offer here in Mecklenburg. Do y'all have any questions for us, especially related to COVID-19? As Hillary said, things have changed a good bit. We are very good stewards of visiting our facilities, and we've not been able to visit since March 19th. So it is definitely a different world for us right now. We, kind of are itching to see some of our residents again, but we have certainly utilized Zoom and FaceTime and WebEx and everything you can think of to stay in touch and advocate for our residents in long-term care.
Okay, we'll begin our questioning period. We'll begin with Commissioner Jarrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for this report and this update. Certainly appreciate everything you guys are doing and all the members of the committee, what you're doing as it relates to our seniors. It is so important that we ensure that they're taken care of. I'm specifically concerned about our nursing homes. Am I right to assume there's a different level of residency when it comes to certain facilities? Obviously, people of means and some of our facilities obviously are well taken care of, but I'm really concerned about those folks in the nursing homes. And we've noticed that COVID-19 has really impacted people adversely, as the reports that we see from the nursing home. So as you guys are doing your calls and getting feedback and information, can you give us a little more color around the impact of COVID, what you're seeing, what you're hearing, and how you're kind of acting as intermediaries in that regard?
Sure. This is Hillary. What I'll talk about nursing homes first, and I'll let Lindsay jump in for assisted living. We have seen a dramatic increase, a slow to rise number of COVID, where since March, I had around 4 to 6 nursing homes that had COVID cases. In the past 2 weeks, that number's risen from 15 to 17 as of this afternoon. And we're very concerned because we feel that even though our community may be in one phase of reopening, our long-term care facilities are still not there. They are a congregate setting. They are, there for a reason to begin with because they are frail, have a disability, have multiple chronic health concerns. So we're seeing that it's creeping into those facilities a little bit later, and we're worried about how long it's going to stay. So I am very concerned. We are very diligently calling our facilities and keeping in touch with them, sending them the resources that we see from the health departments, knowing that the health departments are working with them. We send them resource information from the CDC. If we've even done some collections of PPE equipment and things that we're trying to gather what their needs might be. reaching out to our resident council presidents at the facilities, asking how things are going, and not being there to see it ourselves is our biggest challenge. And that's really, hard for us because it's really hasn't ever happened before. Comparing it to a flu epidemic, where sometimes in the past I wouldn't visit a hallway or maybe not one building because they're having a flu. It's never been this widespread for me. And this is my 18th year as an ombudsman. So very unprecedented and very good question. Lindsay, what about assisted?
Yeah, so I too pulled the state list from DHHS before we got on here, and I actually in adult care homes have not that many outbreaks at the moment. We did have quite a few kind of beginning early on. The list also includes some congregate sites that actually aren't licensed assisted living, so that can get a little confusing. But as of now, I only have 2 in Mecklenburg that have outbreaks, which is good. I'll explain that assisted livings can vary a lot. Okay, guys. So folks, a traditional age of assisted living, I think most folks think that they're in their 70s, 80s, 90s. We have a lot of assisted livings in Mecklenburg County who also serve a much younger demographic, folks who have maybe some significant mental illness where they don't have another good place for them to be. Those are the folks that I was very concerned about during these outbreaks because they are used to getting up and going out. And that was very hard for them. It's still very hard for them to not be able to leave their buildings, to go up to the corner to McDonald's and get a Coke, or go across the street to the library and pick up a book. Our facilities have been very good about kind of meeting their needs with the activities department, but it's not perfect, and I'll say that. One of the other concerns that's been voiced to us are dementia care units, which are mainly found within assisted living. So we have a bunch of them in town, where folks in the dementia care unit, they don't quite understand, and I don't want to group everyone together, but we do have quite a few folks who don't quite understand an iPad of why am I visiting with my daughter on a phone? Where is she? She's not behind here. And it can be very upsetting to a lot of those residents. So we are constantly working with our facilities trying to come up with activities and ideas and other ways of interaction for those residents. We've also started, Hillary and I made with our Ombudsman Association a postcard that we've been sending out to our residents regarding their stimulus payment and how that payment is theirs. It does not belong to the facility for any back bills unless the resident decides to use it for that purpose. So we've been able to really kind of, I hate to use the word get out of the box, but we really have been trying to get creative in how we can advocate for our residents and really have our hand in the pot without being there.
Sure. So a couple other points real quick. Well, there we go.
All right, I'm sure somebody else will ask this question for you.
Thank you. Hillary and Lindsay, we've seen each other a bunch because you are members of a task force that we put together called the Serving Seniors During COVID Task Force. And the goal of that, and we meet every week, every Monday, and we're gathering information on how to serve seniors during COVID with the idea that we're going to pull together a request to apply for the SHARMEC Relief Fund, because what we're seeing is seniors are making up a considerable portion of the people who are impacted by COVID, but not as many dollars in relief fund is in fact going to seniors. And so, Hillary and Lindsay, could you talk about 2 things? In our focus groups and in our discussions, we've talked about the need for PPE testing, support for mental health and technology. And you've also noticed a strong, what's happening now after, 6 weeks of COVID, that you're starting to see a failure to thrive because of the isolation. Can you talk about those things?
Sure, Commissioner Harden. So yeah, we are seeing that every facility is in a different place when it comes to testing. Some of the facilities that went because of their company policy might have gone full throttle and done baseline testing for the whole facility. Some have not done that as well. And so I think some of the things that I've spoken to when it comes to facility staff or administration has been, I feel like when we had 2 or 3 cases, we should have tested everybody, just so that we'd have that baseline and be able to move forward. So some of that, I think the availability of testing is still there, but they still haven't jumped over the threshold to complete all of that. And sometimes I always want to make sure that testing is readily available to them. I hear most of the time, I believe that it is, but making sure that that's the path that they should go. I think that the social isolation for the residents is a big concern for us. There's been some state advocacy to get tablets for each facility, maybe 10 to 20 tablets to be able to talk to their family members, do safe visits outside on a porch in a certain area, being kind of really thinking differently and out of the box is how to complete visits. We still know families go to windows and check in with their loved ones and just lay eyes on them and try to do it safely. But we do feel that because they're not eating in a congregate setting, they're eating in their rooms alone, they're not doing activities in a unit, they're doing them individually. The facilities are in a definite need for activity related, puzzles and cards and things that keep people busy. We also see that the PPE equipment has kind of had ebbs and flows of availability. We know that masks are finally pretty good and gloves, but gowns may not be. And we're kind of looking to the future of that reopening and what that's going to mean. Throughout this period of time, Lindsay and I get a lot of phone calls about families just desperately wanting to visit, and only under certain circumstances and end of life and hospice related concerns can they visit. So it's been real hard on the families. It's been real hard on the residents. And we're just concerned what that outcome is going to what it's going to look like on the other end.
Okay, ladies, I know you didn't know this, but when you hear this little cowbell, that means that's the speaker's time. So if you would just wrap it up and if you could make your comments a lot briefer. Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say thank you to you guys for the work that you do. I mean, I was really fortunate to be able to be on a call with you guys and to hear your passion for the people that you serve and the work that you do. And I was really moved by that. And so I really want to thank you for what you do because it is just so important. And I think that sometimes we don't see that. Many of us aren't aware of what people are going through, and you guys are very aware. And so thank you for sharing that with us. But I also wanted to highlight the affordable options and the lack of affordable options, and just the fact that in reading the notes that you guys sent over, the adult care home options are severely limited when it comes to state, county, special assistance / Medicaid. Only facilities accept this payment, and most of those are memory care facilities. The average private pay rate is $3,500 to $11,000 per month, causing a significant disparity in affordable care. And I just wanted to highlight that to the community because I don't think there's anybody who doesn't know that this is a huge problem, but I think it's something we don't talk about often enough. And so I think raising awareness about that is very important. I have an 80-year-old mother living with me, and I know that there are many people out there who have this struggle of how to care for our elderly. So I just want to say thank you for the work that you do. I don't really have a question for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Cotham.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Lindsay and Hillary for your very thorough report. I don't have any specific question, but I do personally know the importance of an ombudsman. I know years ago when I had cared for my mother-in-law and my mother and my father at my home, and then they eventually went to a nursing home. And it's time for families to let their loved one go to a nursing home. And I was able to get help and reassurance and questions answered. And I know you're doing the same thing for many other families, but thank you again for coming, and thank you for the work you're doing. You're making a difference and really helping not just the individuals who are in the facilities, but their families know that they're being cared for and someone's looking out for them. So thank you. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fuller.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your report. I just hearing your report and seeing all that's going on with COVID-19, the question is just screaming in my mind when we hear about what's happening, particularly at the long-term care facilities, is what's going on. We keep hearing, the concentration of cases. I worry about not only the residents, but I worry about the employees too, because I've been hearing too much about employees who don't have sufficient personal protective equipment, and as a result, are themselves getting infected. I know this personally because one of my nieces works in such a facility, and several weeks ago she contracted COVID-19, and she is young; she's in her early 30s, and she got through it. She had to be in isolation, but she got through it. But we were very worried about it, and when we heard about the conditions that she experienced at work, I mean, it really causes great concern. So I don't know whether that part of it with the employees and whether they have the correct equipment, because if they don't, they're likely passing it to the residents, and the residents passing it to them. So my question to you then is that consistent with what you've been hearing? And what can we do about it?
I think it's a very good question. I think that I think we're in a little better place now, but you're exactly right that for the past 2 months, it's been a real challenge to get the proper equipment. Things were on back order, things were not readily available, how much to order. And I know that with infection control in the facilities, it's been a big challenge of making sure that they are using the equipment the way they should, removing it the way they should, going from room to room, going from maybe a facility that has a unit of COVID versus ones that are not having COVID cases. So I think there's a big challenge. And even our regulatory agencies in the state were on hold for regulatory visits in these buildings. In the past 2 weeks, that's opened up, and they are doing a number of infection control surveys and regulatory visits in our buildings. So I'm hoping to hear some of the feedback, because we're hearing what you have heard exactly, that the equipment is there. It comes and goes. We may have a lot of gloves and not a lot of masks, and I do worry about the staff. I also worry for the fact that a lot of the staff in these buildings have multiple jobs, and they're working in multiple locations, or they work in an assisted living and a nursing home, and so we're worried about that cross-level contamination as well. So that is a big concern for us moving forward, knowing how long they're going to need to keep up this tremendous need for PPEs.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Scarborough.
I have no comments at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Leek.
Let me say thank you to the staff who's there today, talking today. I'd like to know about the task force. When does it meet? Where does it meet, and the time? The other piece is my concern is the $30 per month for a member who is confined. That's only sometimes $1 a day for that individual to want to splurge just a little bit. But a person I want to thank, as I have talked over the years about recruiting persons to serve and take care of our people, and that's Mrs. Mingo, who has dedicated her time and giving a lot of time to visiting and actually writing emails pertaining to it. And she and I talk at least once a week to get a catch up on what's going on. So I ask you to tell me where the task force meets, when does it meet, and where does it meet quickly.
I may let Susan answer for you, Commissioner Leek, but it is on Monday afternoons, and she can do an invite as well. And we've been doing a weekly meeting on Monday afternoons.
Thank you. Susan? Or either I can get it later on this tonight. The one thing that I'm concerned about is salary of our staff person who works within the confines of the facility, which is poorly paid. So as you stated, they have to have 2 and 3 jobs, and we are fostering poverty through a process that should not be, who needs support more than anybody else sometimes. So I say to this community, let's look at these facilities and look at what the state is doing and the federal government and encourage them to do a better job to take care of our seniors. Because I say to this board, if you live long enough, you too will be a senior. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Powell.
This is Commissioner Powell. I just want to thank Lindsay and Hillary for your volunteer work and for your report. I'm especially concerned about the failure to thrive in isolation and infection control. So if there is anything that you can think of to share with us that we can help with, please let us know. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, Hillary and Lindsay, on behalf of the board, you guys come every year and you make an awesome report this year as you did last year, and we so appreciate it. Of course, the times are a little bit different, but we're certainly enlightened because there are a lot of questions we had about how things are different given that we're in the COVID state. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, we will move to our manager's report. And the first item on her report is the Spirit Square redevelopment options.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This, as you indicated, our first item on the agenda tonight is the Spirit Square redevelopment options. We are looking for the board a vote on this tonight. We are asking the board to vote on which option they would like us to proceed. And this obviously is in conjunction with the next item on the agenda, which is the 7th Tryon redevelopment project. So at that, I'm going to turn this over to Mark Hahn. I just want to remind the board that you've seen this presentation at least twice. So there's really nothing in here that you haven't seen before. So again, this is just to sort of close out our final decision-making on the Spirit Square redevelopment. So with that, I will turn it over to Mark Hahn, Director of Asset and Facility Management.
Thank you, Manager DiOrio, Chairman Dunlap, and members of the board. Tonight, we're asking the board to receive a presentation on these 3 redevelopment options for Spirit Square and select one of those options for implementation. Spirit Square, as you know, is a county-owned facility that includes the Duke Energy and McGlowan Theaters and community meeting space. The planning study for these options was prepared by the local architectural firm of Clark Nexen in association with Snøhetta, an architectural firm based in New York. They were assisted by Theater Consultants Collaborative and the local engineering firm of McCracken and Lopez. Cost estimates were prepared by Rogers Builders, a local construction company. Most of these firms are also working on the new main library project adjacent to Spirit Square. Next slide. Before describing the Spirit Square options, I'd like to describe some past planning efforts that laid the groundwork for where we are today. The Center City 2020 Vision Plan, which was adopted in 2011, made general recommendations for several areas of Uptown, including the North Tryon area. In September of 2016, the Board of County Commissioners approved the North Tryon Vision Plan, which was a more detailed planning study that included the creation of a development strategy for the North Tryon area. It also identified numerous catalyst sites, 2 of which were the new main library project and a re-envisioned Spirit Square. Also, since 2008, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Library and Mecklenburg County have been studying redevelopment opportunities for the Library County block. including potential synergies with Spirit Square and private sector development. As a follow-up to the main library reinvention committee, a group of stakeholders, including the county, the city, and the library, began to study redevelopment of the library county block again in 2015. That plan was then further refined into the 7th and Tryon Vision Plan for the 2 blocks shown on this slide. Finally, with the adoption of the current capital improvement plan, designed for a new main library started in 2018, and that effort included determining how to best integrate Spirit Square with the new library and the proposed new private development. Both the main library and Spirit Square facilities share the same block. Here are the new main libraries shown in purple, and the Spirit Square is just above the library. The vision plan anticipates private sector development on both county and library properties. Next slide. Now I'll focus on how the 7th and Tryon Vision Plan creates new pedestrian connectors and public plazas and how those relate to the current Spirit Square facilities. On the top of the slide, you can see the outline of the existing Spirit Square, the McGlowan and Duke Energy Theaters, and the county-owned surface parking lot to the right on College Street. Also, one parcel in this block is privately owned, which is Duckworth's Grill at the corner of 7th and Tryon at the upper left of this slide. Next, I'm going to superimpose a 7th and Tryon Vision Plan over this block so you can see how the two relate. Next slide. This slide shows pedestrian connectors and a plaza in green. And now you can see the new Lane Library location in purple and the McGlowan and Duke Energy Theaters just above that. A new pedestrian way is shown connecting Tryon Street with a mid-block plaza. The right side of the block is shown with private sector development. That's in blue, and also the red and orange, where the county and the library would sell their land. This site plan assumes the McGlowan and Duke Energy Theaters are retained, and the remainder of the building and surface parking lot are sold. I'll describe more detail about this particular option later in the presentation. On the next slide, I'll show an overlay of the existing Spirit Square facilities transposed on this site plan. Next slide. Spirit Square is shown here with the white overlay, and you can see how the footprint of Spirit Square overlaps the mid-block plaza proposed in the 7th Tryon Vision Plan. Now that you're oriented to the side, I'll start describing 3 development options for Spirit Square. Next slide. There are some features that are common to all 3 of the options. All of the options make Spirit Square, the Spirit Square parking lot at the corner of 7th and College available for private sector redevelopment. The heating, ventilating, and air conditioning systems at Spirit Square are at the end of their lifespan, so each option includes a replacement of those systems, as well as a modernization of the aged electrical systems. Theater seating, lighting, and equipment are also upgraded in all the options. Next slide. This slide shows an aerial view of Spirit Square and the main library. You can see the Spirit Square buildings on the upper left, closest to North Tryon Street, and the Spirit Square parking lot on the right, closest to College Street. All of the remaining slides will be in this same orientation. I'd also just like to point out the blue circle on the left. That's the dome of the historic First Baptist Church, which was completed construction in 1909. Today, it's the site of the 730-seat McGlowan Theater, which remains intact in all 3 options. Next slide. Next, I'll describe the existing components of Spirit Square, so you'll have a good understanding of how they relate to the 3 redevelopment options. The dark blue box in the lower left is the McGlowan Theater, which is a little over 20,000 square feet. The yellow area above that is the Tryon Street entrance, which was built in the late 1970s and also serves as the current entrance to the McGlowan Theater. The green box to the right of the yellow box is a 56,000 5-floor addition built in 1952 that currently houses space for community and arts groups. The basement of this same building also houses the mechanical system for most of Spirit Square. The purple area on the upper right is the College Street entrance. It was built in 1990. The pink box just below that was built in 1920 and then was later renovated into the current Night Gallery. And finally, the light blue box to the left of the Night Gallery is the 1923 Sunday School addition to the First Baptist Church. This addition includes a basement and 3 floors for a total of 24,000 square feet. The lower 2 floors of this addition house the 183-seat Duke Energy Theater, which is one of the few black box theaters in Charlotte. So now that you're familiar with the layout and some of the history, I'll start describing the redevelopment options. For each option, I'll first show you portions of the facilities that are planned for demolition. Then I'll describe design features of the proposed new work. And last, the preliminary cost estimates for that option. I do need to alert you that the cost estimates have increased significantly since the last time I presented this information. On average, the costs have increased about $10 million for each of the options. While the factors vary somewhat depending on the option, the most substantial increases include overall cost increases for labor and material based on the current construction market, cost escalation for 3 years that was not included in the previous estimates, new work to build the exiting ramps from the theaters that wasn't yet designed for the previous estimates, and new work associated with providing rehearsal and multi-purpose space that is required by building code for assembly areas, such as the addition of restrooms and structural upgrades. Next slide. All 3 options provide pedestrian open space and plazas as shown in the 7th and Tryon Vision Plan and provide a physical connection to the new main library. To achieve that, a little more than half of Spirit Square is shown to be demolished in option A, with the 2 theater buildings again remaining intact. The black dashed line shows the outline of the portion of buildings being removed. I mentioned earlier that the 1952 building houses major portions of the mechanical system for Spirit Square, so demolition of that building results in the need for a relocation of the main mechanical room. This demolition also removes pre-function areas for both theaters, as well as ticketing, concessions, and restrooms. This is where the new main library project provides an opportunity for relocating these functions as part of that construction project. Next slide. This slide shows the proposed new work for option A. You can see between Duckworth and the McGlowan Theater that a new pedestrian connection has been created from Tryon Street to the new mid-block plaza. The 2 theaters are retained with significant renovations to both buildings, including the renovation of the top 2 floors of the Duke Energy Theater to include rehearsal and meeting space. In all of these options, the theaters connect to and share space with the new main library, providing new entrances, as well as relocated ticketing, concessions, and restrooms. Major HVAC equipment to serve both theaters would be housed in the basement of the new main library. Other new work is shown in the pink areas at the pedestrian connector, where new exits are constructed for both theaters. Next slide. This slide shows more detail on the new exits from these theaters, where you can see an extensive set of ramps, retaining walls, and planters that resolve the grade change from the higher theaters to the lower street level. Next slide. And this is an aerial rendering of option A, showing the McGlowan and Duke Energy theaters in the foreground, connected to the new main library on the right. To the left of the theaters, you can see the new pedestrian connection from Tryon Street, leading to a mid-block plaza, which in turn is surrounded by new development. Next slide. The estimated cost of construction for this option is $31.6 million, including upgrades for both theaters, and soft costs are coming in at $7.9 million, for a total estimated project cost of $39.5 million. Next slide. Option B is very similar to option A, but it removes all Spirit Square functions except the McGlowan Theater. The additional removal of the Duke Energy Theater building, however, also takes away some key elements of support and circulation that are needed for the McGlowan Theater. Next slide. Consequently, proposed work involves a new limited addition for McGlowan with support spaces to replace key functions, including stairs and an elevator for access and exiting, and storage and support spaces. Like option A, this option also shares space with the new main library, and there are new theater exits provided at the pedestrian connection. Next slide. You can see on the site plan to the right, the addition is shown in the pink box. The smaller addition to McGlowan Theater would provide an opportunity for more open space in the mid-block plaza. Next slide. The estimated cost of construction for option B is about $25.8 million, including upgrades to the McGlowan Theater, with soft costs coming in at $6.4 million, for a total estimated project cost of $32.2 million. This is the least expensive option of the three. However, we do lose the black box theater entirely, which we understand from Blumenthal could create a very serious challenge. Next slide. The demolition for option C is actually the same as option B, with everything removed except the McGlowan Theater. Next slide. Rather than constructing a limited addition, however, this option provides a new 26,000 square foot addition that includes a slightly larger black box theater of 211 seats, that's versus the 183 that are existing, and replaces all theater support spaces that were removed. Additional enhancements include event spaces with a catering kitchen, rehearsal space, offices, storage, and dressing rooms. New exits from the theaters at the pedestrian connection, as mentioned before. This option also creates a new opportunity for outdoor performances with a stage opening in the exterior wall that fronts the mid-block plaza area, although that would also have to be measured against the possibility of just doing performances in the plaza itself and sort of creating an outdoor stage. And like the last two options, it shares space with the new main library. Next slide. On the site plan to the right, the pink box indicates the footprint of the new addition, which is just slightly larger than the existing Duke Energy Theater building that we have today. Next slide. Because this option adds the most new space of all the options, it's also the most expensive, with the estimated cost of construction at $38 million, including the theater upgrades from McGlowan. Soft costs come in at $9.5 million for a total estimated project cost of $47.5 million. Next slide. We understand that there will be a significant losses of community meeting space with the demolition of the 1952 building, so we're trying to replace as much of that space as possible in the new and renovated facilities. Of the total amount of Spirit Square meeting and studio space, which is approximately 12,000, we intend to retain or replace approximately 60%, or around 7,500 of it, in the Duke Energy Theater building and the new main library. The blue area shown on this slide is the Duke Energy Theater space, and on the next slide, I'll enlarge just that blue area to describe some of the renovated meeting spaces and where they're located. Next slide. On the left is a proposed second-level floor plan showing the renovated Duke Energy Theater. This is the floor where the mezzanine seating is located. The area in blue to the right of the plan is currently tenant offices and would be renovated into new multi-purpose space. The floor plan to the right is the proposed third-level floor plan in the same building. The blue areas indicate a new rehearsal space in the center and two new multi-purpose spaces to the right of that, or one below. The new main library will also include flexible event spaces, a multi-purpose classroom, and numerous smaller meeting rooms. We believe that the remaining 40% of meeting space not replicated on site can be replaced by utilizing a combination of other spaces in the community, including branch libraries, recreation centers, and senior centers. The county will have two new regional recreation centers opening on the east and north sides of the county over the next couple of years, and these will provide some very significant opportunities for new meeting space as well. Next slide. This last slide compares the total cost of all three options. You'll notice that options B and C are the lowest and highest cost options. We believe option B is not as feasible due to the loss of the existing black box theater. We think option C may not be worth the high cost of replacing a theater that already exists and can be renovated. Option A at $39.5 million provides optimum space for public plazas and redevelopment, retains both theaters, and it provides the opportunity to connect the main library and theaters. Next slide. That concludes my presentation. I'd be pleased to address any questions you might have.
Okay, we've heard this presentation now, I think at least 3 times. So we'll give you 3 minutes for any last minute questions before we move to a vote. We'll start with Commissioner Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark, thank you for the presentation and laying out these options the way you have. Can you go back through for me the replacement of space? I think you said we can retain up to 60% of the current square footage. Is that right?
Yes, there's about 12,000 square foot we've estimated of those kind of spaces in the existing facilities. We believe that we can replicate about 7,500 of that on site.
And then you believe that there could potentially also be make up that difference elsewhere?
Correct, such as recreation centers, senior centers, different places in the community like that, branch libraries.
Understood. And then the other thing is, can you help me understand? I know you referenced the challenges with the black box. What are the challenges that are outlined? I can't remember from the previous presentation.
There are multiple things. One is this location is so well known and so loved. I think there would be a lot of outcry if we were to take down the Black Box Theater.
Understood.
We've talked some in the past about the possibility of other locations, and there just doesn't seem to be anything that Blumenthal believes they could get support behind that would be anything that could really compare to what we have here, I guess is the best way to say it.
I see what you're saying. Thank you. That concludes my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Harden.
Thank you. So I have a question. Just my first question is on the action item. Below where it says fiscal impact, it says a capital project ordinance must be approved based on the options selected by the board. What does that mean?
Right. So at your next board meeting, there will be capital project ordinances that will be approved for fiscal year 21. And so anytime that you have a new capital project or a change to different capital projects that are from different ordinances, you have to adopt a new ordinance. So depending on the option that you select tonight, that amount of funding would be included in the capital project ordinance at your next meeting for approval of funding.
So just so we're clear, a capital project ordinance is actually authorization to spend money. So we need you to approve a capital project ordinance to spend money on any capital project. But we couldn't put a capital project ordinance on the agenda because we didn't know what option you were going to ultimately choose.
Okay, I get that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you tell me what's in option C in the black box? It's no more rehearsal space, but it's a larger theater and more kitchen support. Is that what you said?
Yeah, they're pretty much similar functions. The kitchen is a new one. That's not in the existing Duke Energy Theater building. But then, the dressing rooms, offices, support space, and and a rehearsal space.
So there is more rehearsal space in the new black box theater plus support option C.
I don't believe that it would be more than we would have in the renovated option.
Okay. So what is the 10 million or the $8 million get you in option C?
A new building and the costs that go along with that. Beyond that, it would really just be all new everything. So that would be the only advantage that I could really promote. But I think you could get equivalent functionality out of the renovated theater in option A.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
All right, Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question. I was really trying to understand the difference in the, what's being called multi-purpose rooms versus the gallery and studio space that we currently have. And that's my big concern, is that we're taking away public gallery and studio space. And so I'm trying to understand, and I think you just said that there's not a real difference in the amount of new space between the A and the C options. Is that correct?
That's correct, between A and C. And I can talk about that a little bit. There are existing galleries in Spirit Square. You might be familiar with some of them, such as the Knight Gallery or the Middleton Macmillan Gallery. And they're currently used for events and meeting space as well as to display art. They've got a lot of use that way. So it seems reasonable that the newer renovated multi-purpose rooms that we're providing in the renovation could be used to display art as well. And then the new main library will also have wall space and portions of the library that could be used to display art too. So I think that those functions in terms of display of art could also be replicated in the new facilities or new and or renovated facilities.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it kind of makes me a little bit nervous when you say that the new library could have space, may have space. Like, I'm just really wondering, is there designated space?
Let me change that. They will have space in portions of the library that could display art. Absolutely will.
Okay, that's accessible to the groups that are currently showing art now.
I would think so. I would rely on others to manage that, but I don't know why that would be a problem.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the newer the option C version, my impression was that all that extra money was adding on floors or making it go higher, or somehow adding more space, but that's not really the case.
No, it's actually only a couple thousand square foot larger than the existing Duke Energy building, so it's not that much more significant in size.
Okay. Just for the record, I really hate this project and how it demolishes so much history. I really hate that. But can you speak to the mixed use? Those in previous presentations, I believe that it was labeled differently. Like there was residential, which I know now is across the street.
We can certainly talk about that during the 7th and Tryon presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Cotham.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark, that was a great presentation, and thank you for being so thorough, and for all of your team members who have worked so hard on this project for so long. But the end results are looking great. I also agree that option A looks to me like the best of both worlds, where we get we are well prepared for the future, and respect the history and the affection of the community for Spirit Square. Just making it, just kind of gussying it up and making it make it better and more functional, and then coordinating it with the other, like the library. I think that's going to be very well received by the community. And I know from my long association with the Blumenthal that they have to be just ecstatic about all these great changes. So I'm just really appreciative, and I thank you and your team for the great work you did to put all this together. This is a big project. It's complicated, and you've done a great job over this many months or years to present it to the Board of County Commissioners and to the public. So thank you very much. That concludes my comments.
A lot of people working on it.
Okay, Commissioner Fuller.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you, Mark, for this presentation. It is an exciting project. I'm glad you mentioned the cost difference, because when I saw that, my eyes bugged out, because I thought that the numbers were substantially lower the last time we saw it. Can you talk just a minute about why the costs have gone up so much?
Sure. So one thing that I mentioned earlier was just the overall increases over the years in material and labor in the current construction climate. I mean, I know you've all heard numerous times how much costs have gone up. So that's a factor that's creating about a $2 million increase for us. And then inadvertently cost escalation wasn't included in our original estimates, and the original figures were from 2018, so that had to be escalated to 2021. That added 3 years of escalation for about $3 to $4 million.
Okay, and that gets you to about 8 or 9, right?
Yeah, you're getting well. You're up to about 6 to 7 now.
Okay.
And then new work on the exiting ramps coming out of the theaters and looking at those grade changes and how to handle that with retaining walls, ramps, and so on. That was never designed to the point that the construction manager, I think, could get a good feel for what it costs. But now that they have a more extensive design to estimate, that added about $1.5 to $2.5 million. And then onto that, I mentioned new work associated with rehearsal and multipurpose space in the Duke Energy building. Because those would be assembly areas, or at least one of the largest one would be considered assembly. By code, we have to add restrooms, and then we need some structural upgrades for the restrooms, and that comes right in around a little under $1 million. So that, by and large, captures most of it. There are a few odds and ends beyond that, but those are the big numbers.
Okay, and so just 2 additional questions. One is the historical aspect of the Duke Energy Theater. How long has that been there? And then the second is, can you create an outdoor theater space even with the renovated Duke Energy Theater?
Yeah, I think that I'll start with the last part and then go back. I think there's opportunities for outdoor performance spaces in the courtyard and the mid-block plaza area. That's something that we'll have to continue to work on and coordinate with the developer as to how that all might work. But definitely there's room for that opportunity. The Duke Energy building was originally the Sunday school for the First Baptist Church, and it was constructed in 1923. While it's historic, it's technically not on the historic register. Only the McGlowan or First Baptist Church is on the historic register.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scarborough.
Questions. I'm excited about what's going on though, because I have known Duke Energy because I worked for Duke Energy, so I know a lot about some of that stuff. So thank you. I have no questions.
All right, Commissioner Leak.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me first say thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hahn, and thank you for being patient. I believe we started this in 2016. So this has been a long journey for this community. And once you wait so long to put something in place, the cost goes up, and we know that. So that's a part of the process. My concern is accessibility and making sure that handicap availability will be a part of this process, just either yes or no.
Yes, in a big way, very much so.
Thank you. The next question I have, as a statement I have, I remember the First Baptist Church when we first moved here, an awesome facility. And as you enter from outside, it looks dim and it looks dirty. Is there any way to refurbish the front of that facility and those steps?
Yeah, we could, yes, we can definitely look at doing that. We'll be doing additional work to the exterior to restore many features of the building in terms of windows, woodwork, and repointing of bricks. So that can be included as well, yes.
Let me say thank you, and thank you for being patient with us as a board. Some of us was here when we first started. So again, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity.
Glad to do it. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. Mark, when did we get the latest estimates? What was the date?
About 2 weeks ago.
Okay. And did you say that the Black Box Theater was built in 1923?
Not the Black Box Theater itself. The building, when it was a Sunday school addition, the First Baptist Church was built in 1923. Correct.
That's one
Do you
of
know, and do you know when the black box was added?
That would have been, it became Spirit Square in the 70s, so it would have been sometime probably in the, the 70s or 80s. I don't have the exact date for that.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Okay, Mark, a couple of questions. First of all, I was actually leaning toward 3, and you're going to have to talk me down off of this because I think there's some things that have not been adequately discussed. The difference between A and C in terms of functionality, you're renovating one, you can build a new one and control the construction and design. Talk about that.
Well, starting from scratch, you definitely would have more flexibility in design of the layout. Everything, of course, would be new from top to bottom. Those would be the main advantages, I think, in all new equipment, again, from ground up.
In addition to the increase in size.
In addition to the about 2,000 square foot increase in size, yes.
All right. Now, you didn't talk about the long-term maintenance costs for an old building, even though you're renovating it and you're putting new paint on it. But there are some structural issues that I'm certain after as many years as that building has been built, there might be some integrity issues.
Most of those would be occurring in McGlowan, so we have to take care of those anyway. We don't foresee any major structural issues in the Duke Energy Theater building at this time. Of course, it's a renovation, so you can run into anything, but I think in terms of long-term maintenance, there shouldn't be a huge difference between the two because we're replacing all of the systems anyway. So you're going to end up with all new HVAC and all new electrical in either case.
Okay. And then in option C, the outdoor performance space is built into the design, whereas in A, you would have to add it. Is that correct?
In A, there would not be an option for an outdoor component, like where you could just open up the side of the wall and have a performance from the side of the black box theater. That wouldn't exist in A. It is a possible opportunity in C. We would really have to look more carefully in coordinating with the new development around there, what the sight lines would be like, what the grade changes would be like, to see if that opportunity makes sense or not. It is there, but it would have to be studied further.
All right, thank you. So given that we have spent an inordinate amount of time on this for the last several years, I'm going to conduct a roll call vote. We'll have to do a little bit differently because the way we're going to get to a resolution is you can tell me your vote, A, B, or C, and then when we get sufficient enough people, that's a number of 5, any one particular option, that's going to be our choice. So we'll start with Commissioner Jarrell.
Option A, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Harden.
Option C.
Okay. Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
I'm going to say option C.
I lost my paper. Hold on. Okay. Commissioner Cochran.
I support option A that the staff proposed. Option A.
Okay. Commissioner Fuller.
Though I like C, I'm I for A.
Commissioner Scarborough. Commissioner Scarborough, option
Oh,
A.
you didn't hear me. Option A.
Option A. I'm sorry. Commissioner Lee.
A.
Okay, Commissioner Powell.
Option C.
Man. Okay, so the chair votes option C. However, option A getting, okay, let me just let the clerk do it. Madam Clerk,
There were 5 votes for option A and 4 votes for option C.
All right, thank you. So option A is the choice. We'll move to the next item on the manager's report, the 7th and Tryon Street redevelopment project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the next item is the 7th and Tryon redevelopment project. We brought this forward at our last board meeting. We went through where we were on that. And then you since had a presentation from Enlivian about their project. And so we are looking tonight for a vote on the MOU between the county and the master developer. And with that, again, I will turn it over to Mark to make the presentation.
Thank you, Manager DiOrio. At the May 19th meeting that the manager mentioned, we reviewed several options for affordable housing in the 7th and Tryon development, both uptown and off-site. And we reviewed the key terms of the memorandum of understanding between the stakeholders and the developer. Tonight, we're asking the board to consider a two-part board action. First, under Part A, the board will consider selection of an affordable housing option, including the amount of funding and the minimum number of affordable units, if any, to be included in the 7th and Tryon development. Then, under Part B, the board will consider authorizing the county manager to negotiate and execute a memorandum of understanding with BP Metropolitan, which is included as attachment A to this board action. As an attachment to the board action, decisions regarding affordable housing requirements for the development as determined in Part A will then be incorporated into the MOU. And I should note that only decisions about affordable housing related to the 7th and Tryon development uptown will be included in the MOU because the developer is not involved in the construction of off-site units. Next slide. First, let's briefly review the 7th and Tryon redevelopment site and property ownership. The 1.5 block redevelopment site is the shaded area shown here, and it's bordered by North Tryon, 6th Street, and North College. Ownership on the left block is about 1/2 library and 1/2 county. On the right, Bank of America owns a little less than half of that block. To the right of the redevelopment site, Enlivian owns approximately 2.2 acres. City of Charlotte owns Arequipa Park at the corner of 6th and Tryon and several alleys throughout the development site. Next slide. Next, I'll review the available funding for affordable housing. In the far left column, you can see that funding can be available through land proceeds from the sale of Mecklenburg County property in the amount of $7.4 million, Bank of America property in the amount of $8.3 million, and a contribution from the development team in the amount of $3 million for a total of $18.7 million available to invest in affordable housing. As we break down this $18.7 million further, Bank of America has reserved $4.2 million for contributing to off-site affordable units. That leaves an investment amount of $14.5 million that the board can allocate to various options. $14.5 million for the board to allocate. Next slide. This chart shows 4 options for investing funding in affordable housing. The chart includes 1 row for each option, and the columns show how the investment can be allocated to an uptown location on either the 7th and Tryon site or the Enlivian property. So those are the 2 columns under the yellow uptown. Or they can be invested at an off-site location or a combination of any of these. Now I'll start with the first row. Option 1 in the first row is a blended solution that includes both uptown and off-site housing units. It assumes all of the county's allocatable amount of $14.5 million is invested in the uptown 7th and Tryon development. This produces 36 affordable units with a full range of AMIs and unit sizes with a 20-year affordable term. This option also includes Bank of America's $4.2 million allocation for 207 affordable units constructed off-site at various locations around the county for a total, on the far right here, of 243 units in this option. The second option is for the board to allocate $6 million of the $14.5 million available to Enlivian for 110 affordable units they would develop on their own property. That would leave 8.5 million available to allocate to the 7th Tryon site for 20 affordable units, and 4.2 million remains allocated off-site for the 207 units, bringing the total number of affordable units for this option to 337 units. The third option continues with a $6 million allocation to Enlivian and allocates the remaining 8.5 million off-site instead of uptown. With the $4.2 million Bank of America allocation, the total number of affordable units for this option comes to 691. And finally, option 4 allocates the full 14.5 million off-site. When combined with the 4.2 million Bank of America investment, you would get a total of 762 affordable units in that option. Next slide. Next, we'll move to Part B of the board action, and I'll briefly highlight the key terms of the 7th Tryon Memorandum of Understanding. The 4 property owners and master developer that are party to the MOU include Mecklenburg County, the City of Charlotte, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Library, Bank of America, and BP Metropolitan, the master developer. Next slide. The total amount of property to be sold to the developer across the 1.5 block area, as shown here in yellow, is approximately 3.1 acres at a sales price of $21.5 million. The property will be sold to Metropolitan in one land transaction. Next slide. Of the total area being sold, the county's land accounts for approximately 1.08 acres at a pro rata value of approximately $7.4 million. Upon execution of the master development agreement, Metropolitan will deposit $500,000 into an escrow account to secure performance of their obligations under the agreement. Next slide. Prior to closing on the sale of the property, the county and library will be responsible for demolishing portions of the main library and Spirit Square, shown here in a cross-hatched area. Also included in the MOU is a statement that Metropolitan acknowledges the county will be required to give users of Spirit Square at least 12 months prior notice of the commencement of demolition. The City of Charlotte will take actions as required to abandon their alleyways and grant necessary easements for the developer to make improvements under 7th Street. Next slide. It's anticipated that the development will include sufficient parking to accommodate the requirements of the main library and the Spirit Square theaters, an approximate 160,000 square foot mixed-use structure, an office tower of approximately 450,000 square feet, a multifamily component, retail facilities, and affordable housing if the board selects an option under Part A that includes affordable units in the 7th Tryon development. Next slide. The development agreement itself will include the applicable key terms of the MOU, as well as an estimated timeline for commencement of construction of all the project components, a description of the spatial relationships between the project components. The agreement will afford flexibility to Metropolitan as related to design, schedule, and performance, and it will include a requirement that Metropolitan use good faith efforts to achieve 30% MWSBE participation. Next slide. Regarding grants or other public sector support, the city and county will continue to collaborate on providing not less than a $25 million tax increment grant for the public purpose of below ground and above grade parking structures. And the City of Charlotte will provide $2 to $5 million from their community investment plan or other funding sources for infrastructure improvements by Metropolitan. Next slide. The development team will contribute $3 million for enabling affordable housing projects identified by the stakeholders. Metropolitan, the public library, and the county will continue to coordinate all of the project components on the first block. The MOU also includes an exclusivity clause that gives Metropolitan the exclusive right to redevelop the site for a 180-day period after execution of the MOU, and if any stakeholder violates this obligation, it could result in a reimbursement to the developer up to a cap of $4.1 million. Next slide. Assuming the board approves the memorandum of understanding tonight, the next step would be negotiation of the actual development agreement. Then once the development agreement is finalized, the board would consider approval of that agreement and authorization for the county manager to execute the development agreement. Next slide. And that concludes the presentation. I'd be happy to address any questions you might have.
All right, so in order to move forward on this item. We have been discussing this item for 5 years, I think. Can you first put up slide number 4 again, the options? The options, I think it's page 4. It's got options for affordable housing. Okay, before we start our discussion, and we'll do one round because everybody was supposed to come prepared to make a decision. I thought there was an option 5. And the reason I thought that there was an option 5 is because we discussed doing both the 555 units at 14.5 million, the 207 units at 4.2 million, and also finding the money to do the 110 units in Livian, which would bring us to a total of 872 units at a cost of 24.7 million. And that means we would have to come up with the other 6 million. Didn't we discuss that option?
So, Mr. Chairman, what we talked about was, at the point that Olivian was prepared to come forward, that we could decide whether or not we wanted to support their project at a later date. But at this point, our recommendation would be to allocate the 14 plus the 18, well, the $14 million, $14.5 million that we have as part of the proceeds of the project. And then if we do want to allocate additional dollars to additional units, we can certainly do that. But we would need to go back and look at the financing and how we would achieve that.
All right, so let's just stick with options, the 4 options that we have. Okay, last minute questions, starting with Commissioner Jarrell, 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So no questions. We've seen it. Obviously, the options are expanded here. I know it's way I want to go on this. But I am grateful that we did see the presentation from Enlivian. I think those 110 units are really, really significant. I, for one, I know I've been vocal about, I believe in the need of having affordable housing in our uptown. Also realizing that the scattered site units are extremely important, and they come at a much lower cost. And so, and really, when we look at that uptown piece, it really represents access, and it represents opportunity. It represents a commitment. And so I'm glad that there is a solution with a significant number of units, as well as the scattered site. And so I just wanted to comment on that, but I am glad Enlivian came in. I do know what you were referring to earlier when you talked about our discussion previously. I think at the last meeting, we did talk about, or 2 meetings ago, potentially doing it to the manager's point, doing something with Enlivian and possibly using fund balance. But since we have to proceed tonight, I do, I'm ready to go with my options. I know we want to hear from our other colleagues, but I'm also hoping that since Bank of America has said they're going to contribute $1 billion to reducing racial disparities, which goes right along with our goal, that we may even get a surprise later on down the line and get some affordable housing units on that second Tryon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my comments. I'll be ready to vote when you come back.
All right, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Commissioner Harden.
Yeah, thank you. So just 2 quick questions, Mark. Number 1, is the 12-month notice for Spirit Square tenants still in the MOU?
Yes, it is.
And the second question I have is on slide number 9. And you have the planned project component. What is the value of the private investments of the, what are the buildings? Like how much private investment is this?
I believe it's around 600 million. That's what the number was that's being invested, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So has anything been added to the project since we last saw this?
Not that I'm aware of.
And any additional capital from the developer, from the master tenant, any additional capital that would, you know, and here's the point I'm trying to make. You know, when we had when we went through the civil unrest with the Keith Lamont Scott, one of the major investments that this community decided to make was affordable housing. And today in the newspaper, there was an ad taken out, and it said, "A message to our Black neighbors. We feel outrage, grief, disgust, and remorse. We stand with you in horror, lament, and weariness. We're fed up. It's time. We confess our complicity, inertia, and timidity. We own our responsibility right now. With God's help, we will change ourselves. With you, we'll change our institutions and our community." And I was really hopeful that we would see additional capital being put after, especially what our community is telling us right now about justice, that we would see additional capital put into this project for the affordable housing units. I'm looking at this project through a different lens now. Most of my constituents signed on that letter in the paper. It said, "We will change our institutions in our community." And now that we've made that pledge, what about this project has changed? So there's no additional elements. Is that correct?
I would just say that it's the first time I'm aware of that a private developer contributed, in this case, $3 million to affordable housing that may not end up on their side at all. So that's significant, I think, because if all that money went to offsite housing, that developer would have nothing to do with it at all. So it is a contribution to affordable housing.
Yeah, but that was in there before all of this happened, right? So that contribution that's not a new realization, right?
It's not new as of 2 weeks ago, but since the last meeting, but it was new when we presented it to you on May 19th.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's something I'm trying to understand that I would really like some help with, and that is if the developer no longer has to include any units, in his project, doesn't that mean he ends up making even more money than he would have? I know that in option 1, it's 36 units, and in option 2, it's 20 units, but those were for only 20 years. And so I'm trying to understand how that impacts the developer. Can someone help me with that?
Well, I think that, basically the subsidies and the gap that, in this case, the county and other are being asked to fill is what typically is left on the table to make the project work. So I don't know that they're walking away with any more than they would have otherwise, because we're filling that gap of difference for that 20-year term anyway.
Yeah,
what they are doing is giving us $3 million to go toward any affordable housing.
I think the point that Mark is trying to make is that, if you pick either option 1 or option 2, basically we're paying for the affordable housing. So we're taking the proceeds of our money and of our land, and we're actually giving it back to the developer in order for him to do affordable housing. So if we take our money and walk away, then he'll just backfill that with market rate units. So it's a wash for the developer. He doesn't make any more money by the affordable housing going somewhere else.
Okay, so what you're saying is in option 1 and 2, he's making the money off of the county. And then in option 3 and 4, it's just off of, the market. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so doesn't that give him the potential to make more? Because, prices are going to go up and, over the next so many years, like, I just feel like somehow the developer's getting off kind of real easy if we go with option 3 or 4.
No, because that was built into the analysis in terms of what the rent inflation would be over the course of the 20 years. Okay. So it all goes into the mix when we do the analysis. He really doesn't make more money by the affordable units going away.
Okay. And then just one last thing. I just want to say that I feel a little kind of cowbell.
Go ahead and finish.
Can I finish?
Yes.
Okay. The Enlivian portion, it seems like in our last conversations, there may have been more potential for other investors, kind of, I guess, like what Commissioner Dunlap was saying earlier. And so, like from the Charlotte Housing Trust Fund or even a tax increment grant or things like that, how can those opportunities won't be there if we go ahead and make this one of these options tonight where we fund the $6 million. Is that right? I mean, all those other opportunities.
No, that's actually not the case, because all you're doing really tonight is you're approving the MOU between the county and the developer. And what you're basically deciding is whether or not you want to do option 1 or option 2 and put any of those affordable units in this development. If you choose not to, or you choose to do that, we still are going to have to deal going forward with Enlivian, because there's still going to have to be agreements that we're going to have to negotiate with them in order for us to get for them to get our money. So we're not done with that deal. When we come back and have this further conversation with Enlivian and we bring more agreements to the board, you can always make our $6 million or our participation contingent on them going and making application to the Housing Trust Fund for dollars. So you still have opportunities for them to go back and try to get other funding sources. And if they're successful, then a portion of that $6 million would come off and we can use it for affordable housing elsewhere. So that's not a decision that you're making today.
Okay, thank you so much for clearing that up. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me that last question.
All right, Commissioner Cotham.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, thank you again, Mark and Dina and your team for all the work that has gone into this for the many years, and the great collaboration with our partners. I think that this is going to be very well respected by our residents and a great model for the future. And but we've really heard a lot about this over the years, and it's wonderful to see how it's coming together, and it's going to be outstanding. I am going to support number 3. I really like that idea of 691 units when we have so many thousands of people that are struggling. And I think that's the one that I'm going to support. And but I think you've given us some great options, and thank you for all the work that you've done on it and all the great collaboration. And hopefully we can continue the collaboration with them on other projects. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
All right, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I think it's very important for us to have equity as part of this project. That's what I pushed for, certainly in this last slog that we've had with these agreements. I think now that we have the 110 units with Enlivian that I think we're on the road to get, I think that's a great development. but I still don't want to leave 7th and Tryon without any affordable units. In that respect, I support option 2. I'm not entirely satisfied with it because I think that, we should be able to get some more than 20 units on a project that'll be over $600 million. And with $30 million of, well, actually, you include the library, much more than that, but at least $30 million of public money going into this project. So, I can bite my tongue on that one. What I would want too is the option to fill in that the third box horizontally with some other off-site units. And I think once we talk about how we would fund the Enlivian project and who might come to the table with us, including LISC and perhaps the city as well, we might be able to accomplish even more than the 110 on Enlivian. Maybe we can get some off-site units in addition to that, so that we would have at the end units in 7th and Tryon, the high rent project, you've got some in the Enlivian project, and then you've got some off-site housing both with Bank of America and with some others. I think option 2 gives us the best way to go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner.
Oh,
Commissioner who?
Can I just add one other thing?
Okay.
One other thing?
Okay, Commissioner Fuller, we'll go back to you because your time had expired. Make it brief.
Yeah, very brief. So I do think, though, that MOU should reflect that we are going to coordinate with Enlivian with respect to this project. So I would want the motion to reflect that in paragraph 9, where it talks about coordination with the public library, that we ought to also coordinate with Enlivian with their 8th and Tryon project. That should be in this MOU, and that would be my motion.
Okay, we're going to vote on the MOU separately, and when we get to that point, I'll allow you the opportunity to make that motion. Commissioner Scarborough.
I have no additional anything to add.
Okay.
I am going to, yes.
All right, Commissioner Leek. Commissioner Leek.
I said, how many scattered units will we have under number 3?
207.
Where did I get 872 units?
Oh, that was with
Sorry.
the option 5.
581.
Okay,
581.
okay, I'm sorry. So looking back again at number 3, it gives us 2 what now, did you say?
It'll give you 581 off-site units under option 3.
And where are those offsites?
There are a number of different developments across the county. We had given you a list earlier. We can certainly provide.
That's all right. I remember now. Thank you. I know which one I'm going to support. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Powell.
I'm here. I don't have any further questions. I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Fuller said. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Okay, well, I don't have any additional questions, but I will remind you again that in order to get the best bang for our buck, option 3 provides us the best of both worlds. You'll still be contributing to the uptown units in terms of affordability, and you'll also have more scattered site units. And I know while having 20 units might be tempting at $8.5 million, when you look at the fact that you can get 110 for $6 million and still have uptown housing, it just makes more sense. And so at this time, what we're going to do is we're going to get to our decision the same way we did the last time. We're going to divide the question. We're going to do the options first, and then we're going to do allow Commissioner Fuller to make his substitute motion on the MOU to get to the full package. So as I do the roll call vote, if you would tell me what option you're voting for. We'll start with Commissioner Jarrell.
Option 3, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Harden.
3.
Commissioner McDowell,
Option 3.
Commissioner Cotham,
Option 3, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Fuller,
Option 2.
Commissioner Scarborough,
Option 3.
Commissioner Leak,
Option 3, thank you.
Commissioner Powell.
Option 2.
All right, and the chair votes option 3. Madam Clerk.
That was 7 votes in favor of option 3 and 2 votes in favor of option 2.
Thank you. All right. So the second part of that is the MOU, Commissioner Fuller.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to authorize the county manager to negotiate and execute in coordination with the other landowners an MOU for the 7th and Tryon redevelopment project with the master developer, EP Metropolitan NC LLC, incorporating the funding amount and minimum number of affordable units as approved in Part A, provided that the agreement has a coordination clause to reflect a requirement to coordinate with Enlivian, similarly to the coordination that's called for in paragraph 9.
All right, that's Commissioner Fuller's motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I would second. This is Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Fuller, seconded by Commissioner McDowell, that we add an addendum to item number B that would require coordination with Enlivian. All right, call vote. Commissioner Jarrell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller, can you, Jarrell, can you repeat that?
Aye.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
And Chairman, can we have discussion on that for just a moment?
On whether or not you want to accept the amendment?
Yes. Or just, can we ask a question? Can we ask questions?
Okay, ask your question.
So one of the questions I have is, how can we also create a resolution that promises that we will do the project with Enlivian and then the offsite? Can we? I want to know what binds future boards, or what binds us to actually doing option 3.
Okay.
So can we draft a resolution that says that we'll do that?
Okay, Commissioner Harden, let me remind you that there is somewhere in a document that I read that required that because the other developers had agreed and because Enlivian had pulled out of their project, that there would be no commitment to do that. And if so, then that means the project is dead. So I don't want to open up that can of worms.
What now? Well, I mean, so I guess I want to know what assurances the public has that there will be affordable housing on North Tryon in the Enlivian project. So what kind of, I mean, I guess that's the question I have. So even though we're voting on this today and we're doing the MOU, I just want to know how we assure the community that those commitments to affordable housing will in fact be carried out.
Okay, so let me remind you, this project has been in development for 5 years. And 2 years ago, we got 4 new commissioners who have changed this project. And one of the things I was going to say to my county manager is that once this motion is passed, they need to get the document signed before more commissioners come in and hold up the project for another 2 years.
No, I understand that. So that, but is there anything that in fact binds the commission to spending the money on affordable housing?
There's nothing in the vote that you're taking today that binds this board. I think when you made your vote about what option you were choosing, your intentions are clear that this board wants to support the $6 million for the Enlivian project and the offsite unit. So I think your intention is clear. We will have to come back and there'll be other agreements that will have to be voted on. I mean, we can't control what a future board will do, but the intent of this board is 100% clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, County Manager and Chairman. I appreciate being able to ask that question.
Okay, Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate Commissioner Hardin's question because I think that sometimes when things are stretched out over many years, that can be a little fuzziness factor where perhaps things don't exactly get carried out. And so now I am giving a little pause to not requiring anything in the 7th and Tryon in this because we could end up with nothing, actually. And so
I just want to remind you that this isn't what you're voting on is an MOU between the county and the developer doesn't have any role in the Enlivian project or in the offsite units. So there's really nothing that we can do to put in this MOU because this developer is not a party to those agreements.
Okay, but we can still vote on Commissioner Fuller's motion, and that'll make it part of the project, right?
Yes, because you're asking for coordination. So there's an intent there that we're all going to work together to bring that project forward. So I think the intent of the board is very clear with the vote that you're taking tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner, wait a minute, keep my list straight. Commissioner Cotham.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Fuller.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to reiterate that in response to Commissioner Hardin and Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell, the way I see this, that if we pass this substitute motion, it is making our intent clear, just like we did in Part A, that I did anticipate that the county manager would have to bring back to us the Enlivian part that we would, have to agree to as well. And then once we've done that, and I expect that would happen, relatively soon, not 2 years from now, but more like 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now. And that would firm up the commitment to the Enlivian part. And so if you have the coordination in the 7th and Tryon MOU, then you approve the Enlivian piece. And then to the extent there are details to be worked out, we can work out those details. But that's kind of what I see the process for putting in concrete our commitment to both of these. Thank you.
Commissioner Scarborough.
I have no other further recommendation.
All right, Commissioner Leak.
No further questions, thank you.
Commissioner Powell.
This vote is merely to support Fuller's addition, correct?
The amendment to the authorization.
So it's not voting on the whole, this one.
It's a substitute motion, Woman.
Is that correct?
It is to vote on Section B of the 2 action items that we're voting on. Now, this is an amendment to Section B, which changes it, not substantively, but it changes option B. And so you can either vote for his substitute motion or vote for the main motion, which is to authorize the manager to negotiate without the coordination, or you can not support either.
Okay, I'm going to vote no to support either.
All right. The only question I have for our attorney is to make sure that the substitute motion does not change the authorization to the point that other than just coordinating is the only thing that they're having to do. Because, they are separate projects. And I understood Commissioner Fuller's intent. We had that discussion 2 weeks ago, is if there were alleyways that they would kind of work together to line them up, or if there were other things that affected the overall project that they would kind of coordinate. And so that doesn't change anything. I want to make sure about that.
It does not. It's simply to coordinate to the extent possible to blend the two together.
Thank you. All right. So you heard the substitute motion. The substitute motion is on the floor for a vote. Commissioner Gerald, how do you vote?
Commissioner Jarrell.
Jarrell, it's okay. It's been a long night.
Long night, Mr. Chairman. Votes yes. Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
No.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Commissioner Powell.
No.
Commissioner Leek.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Madam Clerk.
That is 7-2 in favor of the substitute motion.
All right. Thank you. Madam Manager.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on and we are going to do another economic development project. The next one is asking you to review and approve an interlocal agreement with the city of Charlotte on the Ballantyne redevelopment project. And for this one, I will turn it over to Peter Zeiler, our Director of Economic Development, for the presentation.
Thank you, Manager Diorio. This project was first presented to the Economic Development Committee on March 4th, 2020 of this year, with a unanimous recommendation to bring forward to the full board for consideration. If you slide 3, we have a quick recap of what an economic development grant agreement governing the tax increment is about. These functions.
Chairman, I can't hear. Are people having noise issues?
Cannot hear him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think some people shuffle.
Background noise though, Peter. I don't know where you are, but you've got a lot of background noise.
Okay, thank you. I will address that. Thank you, Manager Diorio. Thank you, Manager. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Chairman Dunlap. This project was first presented to the Economic Development Committee on March 4th of this year with a unanimous recommendation to bring the project forward. If we go to slide 3, we will see that there is a quick recap of how these economic development grant agreements function. They're similar to our business investment grants and are used to create public infrastructure. In these agreements, a developer must fund and complete the infrastructure project with their private dollars, and the developer assumes all risk for all financial ramifications if the development is not completed. The county has entered into 7 such agreements. 1 is fully paid, 4 are currently receiving payments, and 1 is currently under construction. Slide 4 details what one of those economic development grant agreements are. This was one with the in the Ballantyne area, which was approved on June 2011. The various road improvements were cost capped at $11 million. The developer spent nearly $16 million to construct. So again, that risk was on the developer. This was a 15-year, 45% grant, capped at $7.15 million in the county participation with an interest rate of 3.7%. Slide 5 shows the performance of that Ballantyne infrastructure agreement so far. You will note that in year 8, the county and the city combined will finish out the payments to Ballantyne. So this is being finished in nearly half the time. Next year's payment will be $1.01 million, which represents 45% or 18% of the ad valorem amount of taxes collected instead of the 45%. Slide 6 details some of the development that occurred after the 2011 infrastructure work was completed. In Ballantyne, more than seven new office towers were constructed. A new 30,000 square foot YMCA was constructed, and 1 new apartment building was constructed as a result of new infrastructure capacity. Slide 7 shows some of the major corporations that we included to those new office towers, including 2 new Fortune 500 headquarters to Mecklenburg County. Slide 8 details how we have come to the new Valentine redevelopment proposal. In February 2017, Bristol Company sold Valentine Local Park to Northwood Development LLC. That summer, Northwood Development began a comprehensive planning and redevelopment review process to fully assess their new asset. In May 2020, Northwood Development began seeking to reposition Valentine through a rezoning process with the City of Toronto. This includes diversifying away from just office buildings, a higher density of development, more mixed-use creation of public spaces such as parks and green space, and most importantly, the creation of affordable housing in the Valentine area. Slide 9 details what those affordable housing obligations are. They include 2 acres of developable land across 2 phases to be donated for the development of 260 affordable units. Each phase consists of 130 units, and those 130 units are split up between 20% of the units being available to households earning 50 to 60% AMI, 30% of the units for families earning between 60 and 70% AMI, and 50% of the units earning between 70% and 80% AMI. Slide 9 presents a map that shows where the improvements are. The developer is on this meeting as well, and will present these improvements in more detail in the following presentation. Slide 11 details what the funding proposal is for this project. This project requires significant amounts of upfront dollars to create new public space and to create new public infrastructure, including roads, water, sewer, and other amenities. The total for this upfront infrastructure cost is $106 million. Of that, the developer will fund directly $64 million. They are requesting $42 million in public funding. Of that $42 million, $17 million will come from the City of Charlotte's Capital Improvement Plan for infrastructure. The remaining $25 million will come from the subject agreement today, the City-County Development Agreement and the Interlocal Agreement for funding infrastructure through the tax increment plan. In this arrangement, the county share of public dollars is 1/3 of the public dollars and is 15% of the overall infrastructure cost. The City of Charlotte's share between its CIP and its share of the development agreement would be $26 million. Slide 12 shows the presumed payoff schedule for the tax increment grant plus the 3.7% interest that would be accrued on the project. You can see while this project is contemplating a 15-year agreement, it is anticipated that this project will pay off the tax increment grant in 9 years. Slide 13 details that in that 9 years, the county is expected to make $18.8 million in payments to the developer, while also retaining $124 million in net new taxes collected by the county from that same area. We performed, on slide 14, you'll see that the Office of Economic Development performed some preliminary analysis on the economic benefits of this project. You will note that at its peak, the construction alone for this project will create 1,734 jobs. This does not include any of the new jobs that would be created by companies moving into any of the office towers or any of the retail or other public amenities in the project. Slide 15 details that the estimated annual new tax revenue generated by this project would come close to $10 million a year from the construction only. Again, this does not include any business personal property that would be owned by tenants of the project. Slide 16 details that by year 15, the net new taxes from this project alone would total more than $80 million, or nearly $80 million, excuse me. Slide 18 details the City of Charlotte approval calendar. On May 4th of this year, the zoning committee reviewed the comprehensive redevelopment program from Valentine and Northwood Development LLC. It passed the zoning committee by a vote of 5-2. On May 11th, the City of Charlotte entertained a dinner briefing and project presentation similar to what you are receiving now. Next week on June 8th, the City Council will vote on its share of the $17.5 million CIP and its share of the $25 million tax increment grant and interlocal agreement. They will also consider and pass any rezoning requests that are necessary to make this project happen. Slide 19 details what the action is in front of you this evening, which is to adopt a resolution approving an interlocal agreement with the City of Charlotte for the reimbursement of public improvements to be constructed by a private developer in support of new economic development opportunities by committing 45% of the incremental ad valorem taxes paid by the project over a period of 15 years. It also asks you to authorize the county manager to negotiate and execute a contract for the same with any necessary and helpful changes. At this point, I would like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Ned Kern from Northwood Development, LLC. He will give you more details around the nature, the scope, and scale of this significant redevelopment in Ballantyne.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board, the manager, and out of respect for the hefty agenda items remaining, including the closing comments, I will skip many of the slides in my presentation and know that you all have been provided the deck, and we've met with many of you and gone through many of these slides previously. With that, if we could go to the next slide. Much like the conversation earlier about Spirit Square, where you were talking about an older property that was in need of renovation and restoration, Ballantyne is now 25 years old. And this ambitious plan that is Ballantyne Reimagined is to take this project, which is an important part of the county, and revitalize it with a new sense of urban feeling and mixed use, more vibrant, connections to the Greenway with multi-use paths and the like. And because it's such an important part of the county, it's important that it includes the values that we all hold dear as key elements of what a community should be. And for that reason, this plan embraces addressing affordable housing and parks and greenway and transportation, the multimodal, the traffic mitigation, MWSBE, arts and culture, and a commitment to support schools. If we could go to the 6th slide, please. This slide addresses the contribution of taxes. Peter did a great job on that. As you see, this is a substantial tax base today. The area that comprises the rezoning area is about a $1.3 billion tax base. Northwood, over the next decade or so, will invest an additional $1.5 billion, representing one of the largest private investment economic development opportunities that I can recall. I'm former chair of the Charlotte Chamber. And this should be a feel-good opportunity for all of us that recognize that there are folks that continue to want to make investments in our county. So at the end, the total value of the tax base when completed in the first 2 phases will be just under $3 billion. Maybe more importantly is the band at the bottom, which says that there's 7,000 new jobs that will be created by this because it is mixed use. It's not all office buildings anymore. So lots of those jobs are going to be service sector types of jobs. And at a time when we need lots of jobs, 5,500 temporary and construction jobs are also very important. We could go to slide 11, please. This next slide shows the distribution of parks throughout this 535-acre area. 535 acres, to give you some perspective, would comprise most of the uptown commercial area. And so what we have here is in the dark green circles, existing parks, and in the light green circles, new parks or parks that are going to be substantially renovated. And you see up in the upper left-hand corner a connection to the Carolina Thread Trail and Greenway system that will allow folks to come into Ballantyne and take advantage of almost 15 miles of additional sidewalks, multi-use paths, fitness trails, and the like. It's very, very exciting. If we go to the next slide, this gives you a feel of the types of parks that exist in Ballantyne today. They're very engaging. They each have their own type of personality. Several of them are certified wildlife habitat protected areas. And when we look to the new parks that we would create, imagine in Uptown Charlotte today, the value of Romare Bearden Park, First Ward Park. Imagine almost 24 parks in the Uptown area, 6 of which are the size of Romare Bearden or greater, and you begin to get a sense of what Ballantyne Reimagined will be like. It will be a unique place for the international planners that Northwood is engaged that makes it very different. If we could go to slide 14, please. We're very proud of the engagement that we have had with all of you and with your colleagues at the city and the mayor in working through the affordable housing provisions here. The initial plan was very bold and ambitious, but where we have ended up is something that all of us, I think, can celebrate. We all know that this portion of the city has been challenging in terms of having affordable housing. And so to end up in the first two phases with 260 units through a contribution of land with a commitment for 30 years, and in the third phase, a commitment of 40 years and another 270 units. And maybe what's even more important is the income distribution spread. That 20% of the units would be between 50 and 70% of AMI, another 30% between 70 and 60. You get the idea. A distribution between the 50 and 80% AMI levels. So we're very proud of that. If we go to the next slide, please. In 2011 in the TIG, we had a commitment to MWSBE. We exceeded those goals dramatically. We pledged that we would do that. This slide was submitted on Thursday of last week. We have been challenged and we want to respond to what is going on in our community and the broader communities across the country. So we have increased the MBE commitment to 8% and look forward to exceeding these goals just like we did in 2011. If I could go to slide 19, please. Peter had a slide that showed the city-county TIG projects. Those are on the right. The city CIP plans are on the left. What you see with so much green is that these are dramatic and profound changes to the southern portion of the county that will help secure this important job base just on the South Carolina state line to keep jobs in our county and not leaking over into South Carolina. So there are lots of projects. Many of them are road projects, but very importantly is a connection to the Greenway that is very challenging because of the topography and floodplain. But as I said earlier, will open up all of these parks to everyone in the county. The next slide, please. This is just a summary of what Peter had shared in terms of the total dollars. This is in excess of $100 million investment to do all the parks, to do the amphitheater, to build all the internal roads, as well as all the roads and Greenway connections. The developer, importantly, will spend all of this $106 million. They will hope to get through voters passing bonds, a CIP of $17.5 million. And then we hope that you will support, along with the city, the tax increment grant, where if Northwood grows the tax base, they will then be able to recover those investments. Thank you for the time and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Can't hear you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so for the purpose of this particular action item, most of you have had an opportunity to talk to somebody about it or been engaged in some way. So we'll do a first round of questions, only if you have additional questions. A second round with 3 minutes, and then we'll move to a vote, hoping that we can do action A and B in one vote. So we'll start the questioning period with Commissioner Jarrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, thank you and the team again for, I know we beat this thing up a lot since we first saw it. So thank you guys for, really listening and hearing us and incorporating the changes. Of course, I love the connectivity piece, the affordable housing piece, and I think that sweet spot starting at that 50% AMI is fantastic. The affordability period is also something that we should recognize as well. I mean, when you look at 30 years in phases 1 and 2, and then 40 years going into phase 3. Of course, like I told you before, I would love it to go into perpetuity, but all things being equal, I think that was great. The one concern I have, and I think I missed this, but it might be highlighted just because of the circumstance where we are and where we've been as a board. But the MWSBE commitment seems really light to me. And relative to, and I know you said you're moving to MBE commitment to 8%. But we get projects in that talk about 30%. And I think that's really, really important. If there's one outlier on there, it's that commitment. And I still think 8% is really, really light. So I'd like for you to speak to that, if you will, and tell me how we got to that number, and also how can we move that number, make it double at least.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. In the aggregate, this is a 20% on a relative basis in comparison to other projects that you might be thinking of. Each project is unique and it relates to the types of projects that are involved and the depth of the contractors and trades that are involved. We've worked very closely with the Charlotte Business Inclusion Group for months about each of the different projects. There are elements in this that are challenging because we have specialty bridges. If you've ever been part of the golf course, there's a reason Smoky Bissell put a golf course in early on, and it's because it's the most topographically challenged land, has floodplain, has creeks, and very environmentally sensitive areas. So all that is to say there are certain elements of the construction that require specialists, and working with the CBI, there just are not trades there. So each project is unique into what it is and what trades are eligible to work in it. So I would just tell you that we worked very hard hand in hand with CBI to identify these goals, and then recently upped it even more to challenge ourselves to do more.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my questions this round. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Harden.
No questions, Chairman.
Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, as this is my district, and I just want to say to the group that you guys were the first developers that ever had me up to their office with the big windows looking out over the, vista. And I want to say that, we've come a long way from about a year ago. And I know I gave you guys some heartburn at the beginning, and I gave you guys a lot of criticism, but you guys have really, really stepped up, and you have answered those criticisms and those desires. At the beginning, you guys were at 80% AMI for your affordable housing. And when I talked about it with people, I would always do the air quotes, affordable housing, 80%, kind of thing. And you guys have just really turned this project into something that I'm very proud to support. So I want to say that. And I also want to just point out the fact that this project does not have county land. I mean, obviously, the other project that we were talking about tonight, the difference in commitment between this one, there's just such a contrast. And so I really hope that this becomes a model for how other developers will do affordable housing. Getting these kind of percentages in there is just exactly what we need as a community. So I want to thank you guys for how far you've come, and especially the 30-year and 40-year terms. That's also a big deal. And so I just want to say I fully support this, and I want to thank you guys for all the hard work that you've put in. So that concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Cotham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just been so impressed with this project, but I wasn't surprised because everything that has happened in Ballantyne and with Northwood and has been stellar. And they have also, over the years, done a lot of help to different community groups to meet in their facilities. I mean, I have gone to many events where they supported, the groups to come in, whether it be a Saturday morning or like a Friday morning. And they've just gone out of the way, just very quietly, not wanting any praise or anything. And even going back in 2013 when the board needed a space to interview candidates for manager. It was Northwood and Ballantyne that welcomed us to their facility. They've always done that, and they've always tried to dot the I's and cross the T's. They always listen, just like Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell said, they listened to her and some changes were made. And that is impressive. I really like the idea of working with the city on this. I like the idea of a lot of improvements to the roads and the intersections out there. I have talked to city council members about this, especially District 7, Mr. Driggs, who has answered questions for me when I had them. And I think that this collaboration looks good to our residents as we go forward. And I think this will be a stellar development and a welcoming development. And I know that it will create a lot of revenue for Mecklenburg County, and we can use that revenue for schools and other services. And so that's going to benefit us long term. I only hope that increased transportation out there will be part of this. And if Ned, if you're still there, if you could give me a brief answer on that, because there are a lot of jobs out there, but the CATS often doesn't go out there to meet the needs of the hotels and the restaurants, especially on weekends. Could you answer that, please?
Yes, thank you for your very kind comments about the history of community engagement. As you can imagine, this is very expansive. Virtually every mode of transportation is encouraged and addressed in the 500 acres because we clearly want to get one person out of the car. So we know that we're going to have express bus service that will be coming in addition to the regular CAT service that we have there today. We didn't even address in the presentation, but Northwood is committing the entire right-of-way necessary, an average of 100 to 125 feet right-of-way for light rail someday to come down 485 and come right into Ballantyne and go on both the west and the east side. On top of that, we'll convert some of the cart paths. I know golfers will be upset with this, but into either bike paths that'll be safe paths for just bikes, or walking paths and trails and the like, and of course scooters. So we even have been thoughtful about eventually autonomous vehicles that will be able to shuttle people throughout the park. So I know of your passion for transportation, and we have tried to address virtually every form of transportation imaginable to make this part of the county very walkable and very livable.
Thank you very much. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Fuller.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ned and Northwood for putting this project together. I was thinking that just in the course of our meeting, we have crossed almost the whole county, and now we are here in Ballantyne, and we're talking about similar issues: affordable housing, transportation, so that our county can be a county that anybody can live in and anybody can work in and recreate in. I think that's so important. The other thing I think is important is collaboration between our public and private sectors. You know, we do that so regularly in Charlotte and Mecklenburg County that it's just part of our nature here. But that is really unique. There are a lot of places in this country where public and private do not collaborate the way we do, who don't even talk to each other about things that are going on. And so I really like that part about this project. And you know, I want to give a shout out to you, Ned, and to John Barton for really digging in, understanding that this is, yes, it's a private project, that's true, but there's a very significant public aspect to it as well. And so I'm going to support this project. I think there's a lot here to like. there's a lot to encourage and nurture this relationship between public and private sectors, that we can each benefit from the $1.5 billion that will be generated here. It's a remarkable thing. Now, I will tell you, there are two things I'm not crazy about. The one thing is that while the affordable housing is there, I'm not crazy about the fact that it's on a different piece of property, such that it can be identified as, or potentially identified as, the affordable housing buildings. And so I think we will need to work through that, because while we're trying to do all this equity work, we don't want to be creating inequity in the course of, building this incredible project. So I think I can get over that. And the other thing is what Commissioner Durrell mentioned, which is the MBE participation. I do think that number is low, and I would encourage you to continue to find ways to how we can get that number even higher. And you're right to note that there may be a shortage of vendors, minority vendors. That's exactly what we should work on, making more minority vendors available. So I'm going to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Ms. Scarborough.
I'm excited about it, so I have no further questions. I've actually listened while we were going through it, so I'm looking forward to the project.
All right, Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. And thank you for listening to some of our concerns in your project and making changes. On slide 2, it says that you are focusing on the community priority of schools. This will have a significant impact on already overcrowded schools. Tell me what you're doing to help with this.
Well, thank you. It's a great question, and I understand the nature of the question entirely. I think the school metric that's used is looking at the number of units that you have and the children that will be produced, and how that correlates into the schools and the degree of overcrowding in the schools. And we know that in the southern portion of our county, we have overcrowded schools. In a broader sense, when Ballantyne was a green field, it was master planned to accommodate schools in locations where traffic distribution and safety of student movement and populations was at its peak. And those are on the perimeter of the 2,000 acres that comprise Ballantyne. One of those sites today is an elementary school. The other site, when the time came, was the school system made a decision not to pursue that site going forward. So when we were Greenfield, we made donations of substantial acres for those and other community needs. In the metrics and the calculus, these apartments will appeal to, there are lots of apartments in the Ballantyne area. The apartments that will be at the core will appeal to young individuals, pre-family, and then more to the older. So the school age distribution is a little bit different than normal calculations of single family residential would be. Part of the metric also is what is the contribution. And when we look at this portion, if we think about the earlier slide that talked about the taxes that are currently being generated, we do an analysis and we go back over the last 2 decades. This portion, this 500 acres, has generated over $100 million direct and indirect taxes to the county, and not produced one school-age child. And so going forward, we see the substantial taxes that we'll produce. So over the next 20 years, we'll produce, another $200 million. So there are times when the contribution to the financial support in urban areas, we don't look to those to have schools because of large part because of the traffic and the safety considerations. But we think when taken in its entirety in the context, we're a valuable contributor and supporter of the school system.
Thank you for your answer. I love the focus on connectivity and parks and green space. And I hope you'll commit to native landscaping. And I'll wait for my next turn. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Leek.
Let me first say thank you to the young people who spoke with me the other day.
Yes, ma'am.
And when I heard you say Northwood, I was about to say Northwood Estate, that's on the west side of town, but you're talking about Ballantyne. And then when someone mentioned transportation, which is most important for those who will be working in the community, and your statement of 7,000, at least 7,000 new jobs. My question is training, education, to prepare our people for the jobs that would be there. Has that been a part of your consideration?
Yes, ma'am. We work with local education institutions. We work with some of the high schools in the area on those types of activities. Northwood itself has about 600 employees with Northwood office, and our hospitality function in Ballantyne. So most of our employees are service sector employees, and we work with them in training programs, and we're very pleased that most of them have been with us for a very, very long time. And we work through the public transportation systems to ensure those that do not live nearby have reasonable transportation access, and we're only enhancing that. We're very mindful of it.
Thank you. I can remember driving through Ballantyne when you first built that process of that community out there. There was an AME Zion church that was seated in part of the property that was needed for more housing. And whoever the company was built them another church and afforded them even a better structure than what they had. So I want to say thank you for that. The other piece is that to sit back now and think that we can feel comfortable coming to Ballantyne when at one time it was not a welcome community of work or living. But to hear you at this point to talk about housing, talk about jobs, and other amenities that would mean for it to be a livable site for all people and not just for those who happen to be elites in terms of white and money. So you put a different shade on this process. So I want to say thank you so much for the efforts to make it amenable for all people in this community. Thank you.
All right. So let me take this opportunity to thank you, Jeff and Ned, for working with us on this project. We've come a long way, as has already been stated. I can remember when this project came to me the first time, there was actually no affordable units in it. And I worked to do that. I think somebody said it best, and that is your willingness to listen, and not only listen, but respond to our concerns. I know we met was it yesterday? When was it? This week, Monday.
Yes.
Monday. And I looked at the SBE and I said, that's a concern, and I wish we could do more. And you did. So instead of the 5%, which was a part of your presentation, you came in tonight with an 8% commitment. And I had to look at that and acknowledge that given the kinds of structures that are going to be developed down there, it probably is going to take some special companies to do that kind of work. And it would make it a little bit more challenging than some of the other projects where we're getting the 30%. And so I am pleased that you were willing to listen and to make that change. And I look forward to us taking this vote. So given that, we have a second round of questioning. You don't have to, but Mark Gerald, if you have an additional questions.
Mr. Chairman, I don't, but I do want Ned and Jeff and their team to know, I really want you to convey to your team how proud they should be around this project. We can't stress it enough. What you guys have been able to do has been fantastic. And so you should really, really be proud. And I'm proud on behalf of the community.
All right, Commissioner Harden.
Thanks, Chairman. No further questions.
Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really appreciative that some of my colleagues have pointed out the access, which is something that's just, I think is one of the best parts of this project, is that it opens up this area to more people. And I think that's just extremely important. I think that when we get to the place where we have mixtures of people living together, that will also serve to desegregate our schools. So if we're desegregating where we live, we're desegregating our schools. And that's one of the most attractive things to me about this project. And so I know that there will be an impact on schools, and that's been one of the talked about many times. And I just want to say thank you for what you guys have done to help us with looking at some other resources for that. And I just want to acknowledge that you guys have been at the table and you have been talking about it with us. And I do want to point out that this area that we're talking about is 535 acres. It's actually about the size of the inner 277 loop. And so I think that the use that you're putting it to is just really good use. And so so I'm excited about the project. And I want to say that the income, the revenue, the tax revenue will really help us with our schools. So that's the number one issue that my constituents talk about. So so I want to thank you again. And that concludes my comments.
Okay, Commissioner Copham.
Oh, thank you. I just want to again say this is masterful and bravo to for the end result of this. And I know that this is going to make a huge difference in the southern part of the county. And it's going to be, it'll end up being, we haven't used the word destination, but this is going to be a destination. The Ballantyne Resort already is, and this is just going to add to that. And that is going to be an economic driver. So it's going to be a win-win all around. And I'm just so, I'm so glad I have the memories of the beginning. Ballantyne started under hard times around 9/11. And it was hard, and they just kept doing great work and great customer service, and they just worked together, and that was very impressive in at that time. And they have just grown, and maybe those early hard times made this all possible. They could see what they could accomplish, and they did because of the people that they have and the leadership. So this is going to be outstanding. And again, congratulations.
Commissioner Fuller?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although I don't have any further questions, I do want to note that this is going to be a terrific project close to our hearts. You have 3 commissioners on this board who live relatively nearby. And I noted that there was a Curran Road in the development, so I'll proudly drive down that road when I get to the project. But I'm really looking forward to this, and you know, Ballantyne already is a destination, as was just mentioned, but this is really going to make it a true destination with all the various uses and living possibilities. So, so I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Scarborough.
I have only not a question, but I'm excited and I'm looking forward to this project.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Powell.
There are a lot of things to be excited about, but I'm still concerned. I hear all the time, especially in North Mecklenburg, about how elected leaders vote and make decisions because of increased tax base without thinking of the impact, especially on our schools. And so I have a big concern about that. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Leek.
Thank you. The tax base helps us to serve the people of our community. Thank you so much.
All right, at this time, the chair will entertain a motion to adopt a resolution approving the interlocal agreement with the city of Charlotte for the reimbursement of public improvements to be constructed by the private developer in support of new economic development opportunities by committing 45% of incremental ad valorem tax created by the project for a period of 15 years, and to authorize the county manager to execute a contract for the same with any necessary or helpful non-material changes. Is there
So
such?
moved, Mr. Chairman. This is Commissioner Fuller.
All right, is there a second?
Vilma Leak, second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Fuller, seconded by Commissioner Leak. At this time, we'll go to the roll call vote. Commissioner Jarrell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Harden,
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell,
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham,
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller,
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough,
Aye.
Commissioner Powell,
Aye.
Commissioner Leak,
The welcome mat is out. Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Madam Clerk?
That was a unanimous yes vote to approve.
All right, thank you. All right, Madam Manager again, the budget ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on your agenda is the approval of the fiscal year 2021 budget ordinance, and we need a motion to do that, and I believe Commissioner Leak may have a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for affording me the Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Will you allow me to make this motion
Certainly.
to the August body of the county commissioners, and especially to the citizens of Mecklenburg County, and especially to our children? I will defer my motion tonight to reduce the county's funding to CMS by $30 million for 2021 fiscal year. But I move that the Board of County Commissioners request that the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board of Education do develop and share a meaningful plan of work by December 2020 that addresses the following student achievement benchmarks. Number one, the college and career readiness academic achievement disparity between white, Black, brown students be no greater than 10% by 2024, using the scores from 2018 as a base year. And that number two, that the annual numeration of how many students graduate with a meaningful employment and higher education opportunity using 2018 as a base year. So move, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Yeah,
Second, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Jarrell.
Commissioner Cotham, too.
Okay, so we'll move this time to discussion. We'll start with Commissioner Jarrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Commissioner Leak for that motion. I think the ability to spell out and for us to be specific around our asks are extremely important. I think also the ability for us to be serious about our intention to close this achievement gap for our Black and brown students relative to our white students is important. I think it's also important for CMS to come to us with data that shows that the needle is moving, because right now the only thing is that's moving, and this is not pointing fingers, but what's happening is we're moving people right into spaces that we don't want them, into poverty, into jails and other places, and we need to move them out. And so it's incumbent upon us to work with our partners and our colleagues there and provide everything that we can to make the road easier, but also there has to be a level of accountability because we're elected as well, and we have people that we're answering to. And so I think accountability is the key. And I do want to thank Commissioner Leak for being extremely specific and explicit around what the expectations are, and I support you 100%. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Harden.
Thank you. Can someone read the motion again?
I made the motion, so I will read the motion.
Thank you.
I will defer my motion tonight to reduce the county's funding to CMS by $30 million for 2021 fiscal year. But move that the Board of County Commissioners request that the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education develop and share a meaningful plan of work by December 2020 that addresses the following student achievement benchmarks. 1, the college and career readiness academic achievement disparity between white and Black, brown students be no greater than 10% by 2024, using 2018 as a base year. And number 2, the annual enumeration of how many students graduate with a meaningful employment and higher education opportunity using 2018 as the base year. So move, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Harden, this is still your time.
Oh, thank you. So, I don't know that I have any further questions. At this time, I don't know that I have any further questions. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner McDowell.
I hate to do this, but I'm trying to understand that did you say that you are not asking to hold back funds? You're just asking for a plan? Like I'm trying to understand what the consequence or outcome is if I'm trying to understand the terms. I'm sorry. Maybe I need it restated again?
Okay, I don't think we need to restate it again.
Thank you.
Let me just share with you what Commissioner Leake's objective is. For those of you who have never gone to CMS's website, if you go to goal number 1, it says every student graduates with a meaningful employment or higher educational opportunities. But there's no way to track whether or not that ever happens. Historically, CMS has always had goals, and they were measurable goals, and they could tell you how much they achieved those goals on any given year. You don't know that now. You can't figure that out. And so what Commissioner Leake is trying to get us to is get back to measurable goals that CMS has to achieve.
Okay, but how? I don't understand what she's saying. I don't understand.
They're going to have to develop a plan that will get us there. That's her motion. And she wants that plan presented prior to December, because in January, the new board will start talking about its goals for the upcoming year, and that will be a part of the discussion.
Okay, but there's no holding back money at this point?
No, not for the purpose that she was intended.
Okay, thank you. I think that helps. That concludes my questions.
All right, Commissioner Cotham.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate Commissioner Leake for her leadership on this. She has been a model in advocating for the children in her district and in our whole county. But what she's asking is what she has been asking for several years. And I think that this is a good idea, and I think we'll get answers, and I think we will, because the parents are asking us these same questions, and we are spending a lot of money on education, and we need to see results or know where the results, what the plan is. And I think this is this can be hopefully the beginning of an improved relationship with the school board and with the Board of County Commissioners. And, we need to partner more because we all have the same goals of educating our children, but we have children that are falling behind, and we have areas of town where it is more prominent, and parents are worried, and these are our future leaders, and we have to do everything we can. And if people feel uncomfortable about this, well, then that's a good thing. Feeling uncomfortable often gets results. So I think that, we all need to, try to have a new start. And I think Commissioner Leek has provided that. And she has the experience of being an educator, and she has been on the school board. She's been on the county commission. She knows in and out every school in her district. And I think that this is this is exciting to me. This is exciting. And so I look forward to hearing about this, and anything I can do to support Commissioner Leek on this, I will, because I think this is the right track. And I think we'll all come out of this in a better place, and we'll have Commissioner Leek to thank. That concludes my comments.
All right, Commissioner Fuller.
All right, thank you very much. And I just want to thank Commissioner Leek for starting this process. I've always said there are only a few ways you can get people's attention. And one of those ways to get people's attention is to mess with their money. People always pay attention when you talk about money. So I want to thank Commissioner Leek for helping us to exercise the only real power we have, which is the power of the purse. And it's a dead power if you don't use it. And so, and look, we're not asking the district to do anything other than what they would otherwise be required to do. But we're elected just as they are. And people are looking at us to have transparency and accountability about the performance of our kids. And so we do need specific goals. We need specific plans to reach those goals. We need the needle to be moved. We can't just keep saying, we can't have the school board keep saying to us, give us $500 million every year and that's it. And no accountability. The public does not want that. So I'm glad, however we had to get here, I'm glad that Commissioner Leek started us on this path. And so in December, we're going to have a plan from our elected school board for how we're going to move the needle for our children, particularly our Black and brown children in our school system. And then from there, we can talk about what kind of resources we need to marshal together to achieve these goals. But we got to have the goals. And I certainly appreciate Commissioner Leek's deferring the financial part of her motion, but keeping the main substantive part, which is that we need a plan for the improvement of achievement in our schools. So I thank you and I support her motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Scarlett.
I support the motion.
All right. Commissioner Powell.
I support the.
All right. Okay, we started with Commissioner Leek. Let me just say that while many.
Could I speak to this, Mr. Chairman, a minute?
Okay.
And let me just say this. I've been on this journey a long time. And I hear us talk about racial disparities. They are in front of us every day on television. And we talk about housing, affordable housing. But if I can't read and write, I can't hold a job to even to buy a house. You always talk about housing and living in given conditions, and we support education, but there's no accountability. Schools in my district have been failing for the last 10 or 15 years, are still failing without any response or answers to it. We owe the public. 15 years ago, the judge said that you must provide a quality education for every child. Nobody is trying to do anything different from what we ought to do other than beg for money and beat up on a county board that's trying to do the right thing. I wish you could see some of the letters, some of the correspondence. Never talked about the learning or teaching for the children. All they taught are you're taking our money away. My thing is you've taken money away from children who you have not educated and can't read and can't write. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves in this community for fostering a process that's not affording us as people of color to be contributors to the community. Here are jobs coming up in Valentine. Will we be able to read and apply for those jobs? So all I'm saying to this community and this county is to teach our children how to read, write, and do arithmetic. And when candidates run for office, the first thing they say, I want to support education. But you got to do more than talk it. You got to walk it and make sure it happens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for affording me the opportunity to say this. And I want you to know about these F schools that we've had over the years. Teachers who've been hired as national certified teachers are not teaching. They are administrators. They're supposed to be teachers, and we're paying them for that. So I have a real problem with hoping that we can do the right thing for the right people at the right time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Well, I tell you, I am looking forward to this plan that has measurable goals so that we can see whether we're progressing or not. You know, I look at this thing as a business. And in a business, you have market shares. And if you look at the situation as it is today, CMS is losing market shares. I went and looked at some research. 1 year, CMS got an additional maybe 250 students, but the charter schools got 1,900. And one of the complaints is, well, we got to give the charter schools all this money. Well, that's because the charter schools are having the kids. And so the money follows the kids. And so we got to get a better product so that people won't favor charter schools. And I think the development of this plan with measurable goals is going to be one of the things that is going to be necessary in order to get us there. All right, I don't want to belabor this. We'll go to the second round. Commissioner Jarrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think your point is well taken, and Commissioner Leake's point is well taken. Since you talked about some data, I do want to point out a couple of things. So in my district, and I won't even name the schools, but I just want to put this in perspective. There's data out there that measures our kids from level 1 through level 5. I have a school where 65 of the Black kids on from kindergarten to a K-5 school, 65% of them are at level 1 and 2. 65% level 1 and 2. I've got another school, Mr. Chairman, where I've got another 65% level 1 and 2. I'm looking at a school in your district where you have 70% at one of your schools, Mr. Chairman, level 1 and 2. So I only point those out again. It has nothing to do with our educators who are working hard, has nothing to do with pointing fingers, as some are going to say when we finish this meeting. But what it is to show a sense of urgency. And some people only understand the data, and this data is public, so you can pull it, you can look at it, and and the trend is the same all across our county when it comes to our Black students. And so we are in crisis mode. I saw firsthand Friday what happens when we undereducate, miseducate, and don't educate our children. I saw it firsthand. And so we need to take a look at this. This motion is fair, it's measurable, and it allows us a roadmap to success for kids that we are not and families we're not reaching right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my comments.
All right, Commissioner Harden.
I guess one of the questions I have is just, and how was the specific items selected, the measures. And I guess part of me wants to give CMS some flexibility to come back with maybe even more rigorous goals, or, I just, is the right thing for us to pick the goals, or for them to come back and present us with their goals? I'm just trying to work through that piece of it. Do you have any thoughts about that, Commissioner Leek? I'd kind of like to hear your feedback on that.
And being a trained teacher by trained professors and professionals, my statement is saying to you, you as the educators supposed to be educating our kids, come up with a plan that's measurable, that's going to change from what we are now and not getting to what we can get. And all of us can read well, and we have people who are consultants who can look at a plan. So I've supported education for the last 10 years or more, maybe as long as I've been on the school board, 11, and I've been a county commissioner for 10 years. So it's very clear. It's not questionable if you are an educator.
So I appreciate that. I'm wondering if as opposed to just putting those two items into the specifics, that we ought to hear what their plan is. And it may, as I said, it may even be more rigorous, or there may be other items which we should measure. That's my only comment. That concludes my comments, Chairman.
All right, Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that to say that this would improve our relationship with the school board seems kind of difficult for me to swallow. But I want to say that I believe that the work that CMS is doing is some of the most important work that is being done in our world. And I think they already have a plan. And I think they're trying to implement a plan that they've been working on bringing forward. And I think it isn't easy. I think this is their area of expertise. And I also believe that they have been perpetually underfunded by our state. But having said that, I also want to say that right now, in this moment, I really feel called to let my colleagues whose district's schools do not have the same results as my district schools take the lead. It is time for me to support their plight. And nothing is more important than our children. Nothing means more to my colleagues than raising their district schools to be as high performing as the schools in my district. So I want to stand beside my colleagues, and I also want to stand beside CMS, and I want to support them both in the goals that I know that they share. So that concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Cotham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Leek, I trust you. And I know you're on the right path, and I know that you will lead this, and we will all be better for it. And our children will benefit. And I have full confidence that the school board will respond and we'll work together, and we'll be able to help solve these issues then problems and maybe we can, work together more closely in advocating at the state level. But I'll stand with you, Commissioner Lee, because I know that you understand the problem and you understand what needs to happen. So that ends my comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Fuller.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I hear what Commissioner Harden is asking, but I think Commissioner Leak's motion is pretty clear. And I would expect when the school district comes back and responds, I'm fairly sure that they will take the initiative to address other issues or be more rigorous if they have the capacity to do so. I feel confident that they have sufficient self-esteem to do that. As an at-large commissioner, I see all these schools throughout our county, and it grieves me that we cannot make a promise to our citizens that no matter what school you go in, you're going to get a great education. We can't say that today. We can't say that. And where we have a school system that has resegregated,
That's right.
and you've got these disparities within our schools, and we just go along year after year as if this is just the way it should be. We got to stop that. And if people are upset about it, let them get upset. You need to be upset about what's happening to our children in our school system. We need to be upset about it. People need their feathers to be ruffled. And I don't want people to forget that there is a financial piece of this question that Commissioner Leak is asking. Because if we're not getting a plan in December that is measurable with clear metrics, there is going to be a financial consequence. And I have no problem. In fact, it's my duty to use the power of the purse to get these results. And if that makes you upset, well, that's your problem, not mine. We do need better communications with our school board, but they have to stop using politics to cover up problems that the whole community sees. And the threat that was made on another subject, but a similar one, about firing people in the school system, I think is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. So we gotta communicate. We gotta communicate, but we need results. And when we go to the voters and we ask them to vote for us, we tell them that they should hold us accountable. Well, here's where we make it happen.
All right. Commissioner Scarborough.
Ditto, ditto, ditto. However, I do believe that we have not, I don't remember us having a joint meeting with the school board and the Gordon County Commissioners. Have we had that meeting?
We have.
Well, we might need to do that again.
We will.
All right, that's my recommendation.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Yesterday, some of us were doing interviews, and Dr. Amy Hahn Nelson talked about the importance of literacy. She said, and I wrote it down because she said it with such enthusiasm, that literacy is critical to the health of our nation and essential to our democracy. We want that for everyone that goes through CMS. And I believe that everyone that's serving on the school board wants the same. And so earlier in the night, I prayed for leadership that unites. And I hope as we continue forward that we can work together with the school board because they care. And I hope that they can hear our concerns because they're important. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, well, I don't want to say any more because I might say some things that I shouldn't say. So with that being said, we will call for the vote on the motion.
Mr. Chair, before you get to the vote, the motion that was made by Commissioner Leak was not clear to me that it included the adoption of the budget ordinance. It started off with the deferral. So we need to be clear about whether the budget ordinance has been adopted as part of the motion.
Okay, and I saw that as a separate motion, but.
Okay, I want to be sure. That's good.
Let me just clarify. Commissioner Leak, is the budget ordinance a part of your motion or not?
Yes, sir.
All right. So to be clear, this is also to adopt the budget ordinance. All right. So we'll start with the roll call vote. Commissioner Jarrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Commissioner Powell.
This is for the entire budget?
Yes.
I vote no.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes, and yes, and yes.
And the chair votes aye. Madam Clerk.
That was 8-1 in favor of adopting the budget along with Ms. Leak's motion.
All right. Let me see, what is the next item on the agenda? Madam Clerk, Madam.
I'm still at it. And so the next item was capital project ordinances. That will be deferred to our next meeting. So the next item on our agenda is the COVID-19 response update. I do not have one, but I know Gibby Harris is here and she has an update. And I know Commissioner Fuller has his resolution. So if it's okay, we can start with Gibby and then we can move to Commissioner Fuller.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Manager DiOrio. I have a brief update for this evening. As of this afternoon at 5 o'clock, we have had 4,354 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Mecklenburg County. That is a total of 204 additional cases today. We are seeing significant increases daily in the number of positive cases. We've now experienced 97 deaths, and we currently have 17 long-term care facilities in outbreak status. What that represents is a number of facilities that have come out of outbreak status and then a number that have come in. We've been hanging around the 15, 16, 17 number for those facilities. Just a couple of comments based on the presentations that were made earlier tonight around long-term care facilities. I fully understand the concerns that these folks have about the isolation that many people are feeling in these facilities, but I also want to reinforce the fact that this virus is very dangerous in these facilities, and we're doing what we can to try to help them manage these situations when they arise. I will say we've worked with the state as well as with local emergency operation to make sure that they have the PPE available to them that they need. Our staff is having conversations with these facilities in outbreak status on a regular basis and pushing those needs forward so we can get those addressed. And I will say that our Emergency Operations Center has done a great job of providing that PPE on a very quick turnaround basis. One of the issues that we've continued to have is gowns. Gowns are not available. And that's for everybody, not just for long-term care facilities. So we've had to try to look for other options and are continuing to do that. We have been doing significant testing, working with these facilities, both with residents and with staff that are in outbreak status. We've just recently gotten some guidance from CDC to pick up that testing even more than what we've been doing, and we're working on a plan to implement quickly. In addition to that, MEDIC and our regional healthcare entity have been making visits to some of the facilities who are having the biggest issues to look at their policies and procedures, how they're implementing things, making recommendations, and assuring that they're implementing what they need to do to protect folks. The other challenge that we're having, number one, is staffing. I think, we've talked about the issues that we're seeing in our minority populations and how COVID has sort of exacerbated and laid bare some of the issues that we have with disparities. We're seeing some of that in our long-term care facilities as well. Staffing has been an issue in long-term care facilities for a long time. And as mentioned earlier, we have people that are working in multiple facilities. And so cross-contamination is a bit of an issue. So we're continuing to work on those things. And being as proactive as we can in those areas. We are seeing increased testing in our community. CVS opened 9 sites on Friday. People can go to the CVS site, do an online assessment, and make an appointment. Those sites are doing the testing without charge to individuals. If there's insurance, they'll bill that. But DHHS is covering the cost for anyone who does not have insurance, and covering the cost of any copays. So those sites are available now. And FastMed let us know today that they have 2 sites that they're opening up for testing in Mecklenburg County as well. So testing availability continues to increase here. I also wanted to mention our case investigation and contact tracing work that we're doing. You may have seen the press release that was put out last week. We are implementing this week new software to help us with our case investigation, as well as a new state website that is going to expand and enhance our contact tracing program. This program is allowing us to automate workflows, streamline case and known contact communication, and align and integrate with the statewide response systems. We have trained and added more than 100 additional staff. So we have approximately 170 staff now available to do contact tracing and case investigation. And so at this point in time, we are able to meet the need that we're seeing around those efforts. This is critical work. The risk of developing COVID-19 depends on exposure, and contact tracing really helps us identify those individuals that have been exposed, and helps us reduce their potential exposure of others by quarantining them. So we're continuing to do that work as we continue to remind our community that although we are in phase 2, that we need to continue to practice the 3 W's, wearing your mask when you're in public, your cloth face covering when you're in public, especially when you cannot social distance, waiting 6 feet apart, so social distancing and washing your hands. These are the things that we know are going to help us continue to keep our numbers in a reasonable rate so that we can not overwhelm our healthcare systems. But the last thing I will say with our data is, unfortunately, our trends are going up. The ones that we're watching the most, those increase, the percent positive increase is up between 9 and 10% right now over the last 14 days, which is a fairly significant increase for us. And our hospitals are seeing increased number of COVID cases as well. Our hospitals are still in good shape. They still have capacity, and they have not even touched their surge capacity at this point. So, but we're continuing to watch that very carefully. The other thing we're seeing is continued decreases in social distancing in our community. So all things that we're paying attention to, and we'll watch closely as we move forward. And that's the end of my report.
Okay, so before we do questions, I'm going to ask Commissioner Fuller to present his resolution so we can ask questions about both because the resolution is tied to the COVID-19. Commissioner Fuller.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And hopefully you all did receive the proposed resolution to establish our COVID-19 Recovery and Renewal Task Force. And so I want to now formally tender this to the clerk. She has it, but I want to make it formal to tender it to the clerk for the record. This resolution for us to consider and adopt. So the purpose of this task force is as follows, and I won't read the whole resolution. I did want to highlight a couple of things just to make sure everybody was understanding what we're trying to accomplish here. So, whereas the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic has created an ongoing state of emergency in the county of Mecklenburg, the city of Charlotte, and surrounding municipalities, the Governor Roy Cooper declared a state of emergency on March 10, 2020. And since that time, COVID-19 has spread rapidly, causing sickness and death of Mecklenburg County residents, necessitating significant response actions. The economic impact of COVID-19 is considered that COVID-19 has further exposed the fatal consequences of racial disparities and specifically has exacerbated pre-existing disparities in our community when it comes to public health, mental and emotional health, hardships suffered by working families, housing and homelessness, employment, education, business, and a nonprofit sector, and many others. COVID-19 is not just a global health crisis, but also a social and economic crisis, the effects of which we will be feeling for years to come. And so, in light of the continued and immediate threat that COVID-19 poses to us, a coordinated countywide effort is needed to help facilitate our recovery and renewal efforts, including the deployment of federal CARES Act and other state and federal funding intended to address the negative effects of COVID-19 and to assist our county in deploying resources that we have just appropriated in our FY 2021 budget for recovery and renewal from COVID-19. And so the resolution says resolved that the Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners does hereby establish the Mecklenburg County COVID-19 Recovery and Renewal Task Force for the purpose of addressing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in Mecklenburg County. It is resolved that the task force work will be guided by these principles: that recovery and renewal should not be a return to business as usual, that recovery and renewal above all must be guided by an adherence to public health and scientific expertise in order to assure the safety of those who live in our county, that excellent public services and public investment and increased community resilience will form the most effective basis for recovery and renewal, and that recovery and renewal must address the issues of equity that have been laid bare by the impact of this crisis. And so we're asking the task force to bring back recommendations, surface policy issues, and make recommendations to us in these following substantive areas: access to health care and eliminating health disparities, mental and emotional health, economic recovery, including help for small businesses, nonprofit recovery and human services, education and healthcare, working families and vulnerable populations, including our seniors, housing and homelessness, jobs and workforce development, food security, and arts and culture. So we're asking the task force to bring back to us a recovery and renewal plan of action, or a series of plans that will include and incorporate all these things I just mentioned, and incorporate recommendations from the county manager's business roundtable. And then it's further resolved that the county manager will is directed and authorized to help form the structure of the task force, assign appropriate staff from various county departments, retain appropriate expert assistance, and recommend a budget to the board for this task force work. And then finally, that the Board of County Commissioners will appoint the chair or co-chairs and the members of this task force based on nominations received from board members and from the public. So, Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion that we adopt this resolution and establish the Mecklenburg County COVID-19 Recovery and Renewal Task Force.
So move, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Lee.
Okay, so you've heard the motion, and you've heard the second by Commissioner Leek. At this time, we'll have discussion, and your questions can be to either Commissioner Fuller or to Gibby relative to the COVID update. But at the end of this questioning period, we will move to a vote to adopt the resolution. All right, we'll start with Commissioner Jarrell.
Long night, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. The question is for Gibby. So thank you for addressing, there were two things that I wanted to cover, and that was the percent positive. You addressed that. And also you talked about the capacity in our hospitals. So thank you for covering that. One of the things, though, that I'm trying to figure out, and I want to see if you can help me line up, I want to see the impact that you think reopening is having. I know we're testing more, but one of the indicators that we've talked about is that percent positive number, and that's what we were going to have to watch. And so as it relates to the governor's phased plan, do you think Mecklenburg County, Gibby, that we should be in discussion around altering or looking at that plan differently than the way it's being executed throughout the state based on our population and what we're seeing?
I think that's an excellent question. I'm not sure we're far enough into phase 2 to fully understand the impact that it's going to have. And unfortunately, the events over the last couple of days and the lack of social distancing has the potential of having some impact as well. I think the issue is not so much whether we are able to implement the governor's plan. The bigger issue is how people are reacting to the opening up. We are seeing some large numbers in our community who are doing what we're asking them to do. And we see many businesses that are being very careful about how they're opening up and making sure that they're doing it in a safe way. But we still have some incidences where folks are going against the governor's plan. We're having to contact CNPD to do some enforcement. And we see on social media that there are individuals who are in groups, not social distancing, not sticking to the numbers that we're talking about with mass gatherings. So I think it's a combination of things, and we've got to continue to try to enforce when we can, when we have to, but also try to continue to encourage our community to do what they need to do to be part of this solution.
Yeah.
Right now, we're at a position of watching the data.
Yeah, and Gibby, I think, thank you for that. And I understand that. I think where I'm a little concerned is that it's almost putting us in a position to be reactive as opposed to proactive to a large extent. And I'm really concerned about that. I'm wondering, what are our conversations like with the state? I mean, have we broached the subject that, hey, you know, our community is very unique relative to the rest of the state, and you know, what are those conversations looking like? And have we broached that subject that, hey, we're going down this road to look at those elements?
So that's a great question. The state is understanding the issue here as well, and the numbers here as well. Manager Diorio and I are now having weekly conversations with Dr. Mandy Cohen and others at the state level about our situation here in Mecklenburg County and having those discussions. They're watching our data closely as we are, and trying to figure out how best to approach the situation and being as proactive as we can about how to address the issues. So those conversations are happening. We're not at a point where any of us have talked about making significant changes. But again, watching the data very, very closely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my question.
All right, Commissioner Harden.
Thank you. So I'll go with Gibby first since she's there. So Gibby, I'm looking at these this rise in hospitalizations. I'm looking at the data from May 31st that was published today, and specifically the hospitalization chart. I mean, it looks like we are on an upswing of hospitalizations. Is that true?
Yes, we have seen an increase in hospitalizations over the last 14 days.
And my second question is, now that we're in a situation where people feel compelled to do protests, and I understand that compulsion, but I'm seeing just a lot of people not wearing masks. Could we require masks in our community, especially given what we're going through right now?
Did you ask who we require?
Could we require?
Oh, could we require?
Is it within our authority to require people to wear masks, especially if they're if they're going out to protest? I mean, that is like people are shouting, they're screaming. It's like all kinds of. I just worry that is just a really ripe recipe for the spread of the COVID.
Right now we are in the position to abide by the governor's recommendations in his plan. And he re-emphasized recommending masks today, not requiring. The county, with the towns and the city have the option of putting in stronger restrictions, but those decisions have not been made at this point.
So let me just talk a little bit about that. We had a lot of conversations about that with the towns and the city, and it created for law enforcement a lot of enforcement problems. And that was the consensus between the city and the 6 towns. Their ability to enforce that was a major challenge for them. So again, it's all about trying to encourage people to do what we need them to do. The Business Leaders Roundtable is working on a major media campaign to try to get people to comply with wearing face coverings. We're going to be working on very specific populations within the community to try to encourage that. And I know that Durham actually had that in place where they were requiring people to wear face coverings, and the enforcement of that became incredibly problematic. And so we're trying to find the right balance. We know what people need to be doing, but mandating that we don't believe is going to be the effective way to go.
Oh, and I appreciate that. I just wonder if we're just literally in a different world than we. So and I didn't get a chance to ask my question about the resolution. So will there be another round, Chairman?
I will do that if there's a need to. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to know if Gibby has the answer to where the increase of positives is coming from. Is this still in the Hispanic community, or, I'm just concerned about where those positives are coming from.
Actually, we have, over the past couple of weeks, we have seen increases in the Hispanic community, but we're seeing it across the board. There is not one specific population that is currently contributing to the majority. It is across the board and throughout the county.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. And I would like to ask Trevor, Commissioner Fuller, about his resolution. First, I just want to say I really appreciate all of the thought that you put into this. And I see all these categories, including arts and culture, food security, workforce development, all those things. I'm just really glad that you included that whole list. And I think that talking about this in terms of recovery, long-term recovery, and coming back, thoughtfully with changes for the better, not just the same, staying on the same track. But one question I have for you is, can you tell me what your intention was as far as commissioners' roles in this? Did you see us having a role in this?
Yeah, I did think about that. I didn't want to come down one way or the other on it. What I did say is that our entire board will appoint the members of the task force. And it may well be that we nominate ourselves and maybe nominate, appoint a city council person, maybe a school, but I don't know. I mean, I guess that'll be for future discussion for us to figure out how we want to populate the task force and whether we want us to be on it. I think there's some role for us to serve on the task force. But I didn't come down on that question because I felt like that needed some conversation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. When does that conversation happen? Do you think that, you don't think it should be included in the resolution? You think it should be like part of after it's formed, then making that kind of decision?
Well, I think it's in the process of forming it because I think it was important to get the structure. And as you know, the county manager is going to, help us sort of put the structure to it and staff and all of that. I feel like we need to really get that work done. We did say time is of the essence. So yeah, it's not going to be a long time, but I feel like we need some time to kind of get that structure stood up a little bit. And also time for people to make nominations. I've even had some people from the public ask me about recommendations they would make to the task force. And so that made me think, well, maybe we should really think about getting a good group of nominees, and then we as a board can go through those nominees and figure out, who we really need on the task force. So I saw that as a separate step.
Okay. I really appreciate the aspect that it's not just all about assigning CARES funds. It goes way further than that. And I think that's just so important. So again, thank you for putting so much time. I know that wasn't easy to pull that together, and I think you did a great job. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
All right, Commissioner Cottom.
Thank you. My questions have really been asked and answered by other commissioners, so I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Fuller?
Yeah, I just had a question for Gibby, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Gibby, I noted that you said, I wrote this down, that we've got increased cases, increased positive cases, decreased social distancing, and increased hospitalizations. And so I'm left to wonder, should we be worried about this? I mean, because when we started the pandemic, those are exactly the things that caused us to start to go to a stay-at-home order. And so I guess that's my question. Shouldn't we be worried about this?
I think we should be cautious about this. The reality is we know we've got COVID in our community. And currently we've got, that we know of, we've got over 4,000 individuals who have tested positive. But we've got 1.1 million people in this community. And the rest of them, if they've not been infected, asymptomatic, didn't know they were sick, they are susceptible to this infection. None of us have immunity. So we know that people are going to get infected until we get to the place where we have a vaccine. The question is whether we can manage that level of infection in our community as we move forward so that we make sure that those who are most at risk are protected as well as we can, and that, especially those who have the worst outcomes. And also that our hospital systems are in a position to be able to care for the people who are ill. So those are the things that we're watching very carefully. And currently our hospital systems are managing what we're seeing. So at this point, I think we should be cautious. We should be watching these numbers, but I'm not sure we need to be reacting at this point, or even proactively looking at making significant changes.
And the reason I ask you that question too is as we look to the potential of moving into phase 3 at the end of this month, beginning of July, I guess my suspicion is that we would see further increases, maybe even at a faster rate. Um, and I kind of think that kind of puts us back to where we were when we started all of this. Am I seeing that wrong? Am I seeing that wrong?
Not necessarily. I think I was pleased when the governor decided to go 5 weeks with phase 2, because it gives us more time to see what the impact of the opening is going to be before he makes a decision whether to move to phase 3 right away or not. The numbers are increasing at the state level as well. It's not just here in Mecklenburg. So I think we'll know more in the next week or so.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scarborough. Commissioner Scarborough. All right, we'll go to Commissioner Powell.
You hear me? I have no additional questions. Huh? My
All right,
phone
thank
is
you.
turned down.
All right, Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. So Gibby, I know that I sent you this question earlier, and I want to talk about it because it sounds like we might be in phase 2 for longer than we thought. And so with that in mind, our youth athletic leagues are in an uproar about not being able to reserve fields. And so would they be able to apply for a waiver if they had a plan for safety in the phase 2? Would that be something they could apply for? As a plan?
So I know that there have been a number of businesses and others who have applied for waivers through the state. Some of those have been accepted, some not. If we've, those are always considered. Whether they are implemented or not is, it always depends on our best decisions about how much people would be exposed by the activity. And at this point, youth activity, as long as it's not a contact sport, and those are limited in number, then they're able to participate in those activities. I think the challenge that people have had is that Park and Rec right now is not reserving those fields. And that decision was made for a number of different reasons that I would prefer Park and Rec talk about.
Okay.
Or
yeah.
the manager.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I did get a response from the director of Parks and Rec, and I have a mountain of respect for their position. I just think I also have I have to represent my constituents and make sure that if they have a safety plan, they're considered and, lead them to how to apply for a waiver. So, and maybe even, reach out to Park and Rec as we go forward, because if phase 2 lasts longer than we anticipate, this is just so hard when we talk about isolation of seniors, isolation of our youth. What can we do safely to bring them back into activities that are important, but that they can also do safely, even if they have to wear masks or that's on my mind. And my other question was for the resolution. I think Dina has had a chance to read through it. And when we were talking about it last time, she had concerns about the time, the short time frame. Dina, do you still have concerns?
Well, I mean, it depends on what, ultimately we want the task force to do. I mean, I think there's concerns about being able to spend the money by December 30th. So we have to be mindful of that. But, I need to get, if Trevor's still going to, Commissioner Fuller is still going to be the lead on this initiative, then I need to get with him and get a better sense of how he wants it to be structured and what, what the expectations are. Because there's a lot in this resolution. I mean, this is a longer term project, so we're not going to get this done by December 30. So we have to separate out how much money we can get spent by December 30 versus the longer term goals that are in the resolution. And we have to work through that. And the other question that I have really for all of you is, when you talk about nominations to the board, is this something that's going to go through the traditional advisory board process where people apply like they normally do? Or our board members, are you going to bring forward nominations that you're going to consider? The clerk and I are going to need to understand what that process is going to look like.
Okay, Madam Manager, I share your concern, and I have some thoughts I'll share about that in a little bit.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just address both of those.
Okay, well, let's see where we are right now. Whose time period are we on? Commissioner
Leak.
Powell?
No, Leak.
Okay, let's go through the list first. Okay, Commissioner Leak.
Let me first say thank you to Commissioner Fuller for his bright idea and coming up with an action plan. I'm worried to death about our community. And when I say that, and I see 4,354 cases, as well as today we got 204 just today, and 97 deaths. We're talking about the lives of our people. And I'm concerned that we do something right away that will help to alleviate some of the strain in this community. Every night we are seeing on TV what's going on. We heard the president of these United States talk about we need to get back and we need to go back to work. We need to do this, that, and the other, never thinking about those families who've lost loved ones. My question is, with your action plan, and I appreciate it, and I like that, we will hear from you, Mr. Chairman, meaning Mr. Fuller. We have a health committee, and I don't think any of us on the committee have been communicated with as to what you want us to do or how we can assist in any way. And I've been pleading and wanting to know what would you like for the Committee of Health to do. And that's why we have committees, not trying to take over. We're talking about being helpers in the process for our community. So if someone can answer that for me, I'd appreciate it. Gibby? Gibby?
Yes, ma'am.
I said we have a health committee, and
Yes,
yet we
ma'am.
have not communicated with it at all.
Well, we have been communicating with the full board at least weekly. And I mean, and I know that the committee has not been able to meet because of the situation. And
we're meeting tonight. We have had meetings, so that's no excuse.
no, I mean, we've been communicating with the board, the full board.
But why have a health committee if you're not going to at least use it in some capacity?
Because Commissioner Leak, the committee hasn't been meeting. If the committee wants to meet, then we're happy to schedule a committee meeting of the Health and Human Services Committee. If you want us to do that, we're happy to do it.
And to share what with us?
Whatever information you want is that you want to put together an agenda, we'll be happy to share with you whatever information you'd like us to share.
I hear what you're saying, madam, but I have a real problem with it from the perspective of, I know you're using staff people who work for the health department. So we never see nor hear from those individuals as to a part of the report. So I'm worried about the involvement of more than two people. That was a short 5 minutes.
Okay, let me, well, first of all, I had a couple of questions. Gibby, I want you to know I share the same concern that has been expressed by several of my colleagues. The fact that we have a pandemic and people are out there protesting. And while I support people's right to protest, What I don't want to happen is their rage to cost them their life.
That's right.
And so I want to know, number one, I'm trying to get my arms around how long will it take for us to see these cases show up at the testing sites if, for example, they caught COVID over the last few days? How long would it be before the symptoms show up so we would know whether or not the rioting is one of the ways that the COVID is being spread through the community?
Typically, we're looking at up to 14 days before we're going to see significant increases. The life cycle of this virus is about 14 days. So sometime over the next couple of weeks, we would see more significant increases than we're seeing already.
Okay. And while I understand the concern about not being demanding that people wear the mask, I think maybe we ought to do some kind of campaign, even if it's just through social media, even if it doesn't cost a whole bunch of money, because I don't think people really understand the significance of the mask protecting them and protecting others. And while we can't mandate it, we ought to strongly encourage it. And I get real concerned. One of the reasons why I'm not going to protest is because I see so many people out there not wearing a mask, and the fact that they provide cover for the people who are tearing up our community. And so we need to do something relative to this mask situation. I want us to think of something that we can do and get it done quickly. That's my concern about the COVID. As it relates to the task force, one of Dina's concerns when we initially talked about this was the timing issue. It took 2 weeks to come back with the resolution. I'm thinking it's going to take at least 2 weeks to stand up a task force. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Fuller that you meet with whomever the county manager deem appropriate. And we need to stand up a committee. People have already been texting me because they want to serve on this task force. But we ought to be able to have at least to be able to nominate or recommend people by our next meeting. We're moving into close to July when we don't meet. All of this stuff needs to be stood up prior to us changing our meeting schedule. And so we need to put this on fast track. We need to determine the size of the committee. It doesn't need to be overly populated so that it becomes difficult for the task force to meet. I am going to recommend that each commissioner at least recommend one person, and that there be a total of at least 18 people at large, selected by the whole board. They can self-nominate or we can recommend people. We need to have that, our clerk set up a process where people can make those apply just like they would a regular committee, but we need to do that on short order. And we really don't have any time to waste on that. As the county manager has suggested, this is a long-term effort, but the spending is a short-term effort. And so if this task force is going to be instrumental in determining how those funds ought to be spent, we need to keep that in mind as we stand up this committee, because there's going to be work to be done after that. But if you will meet with the manager and staff this week so that we can get moving on that process, and hopefully by the time we have our next meeting, we're in a position to at least to nominate or recommend people to serve on the task force. So some of this information, commissioners, you will get via some kind of message over the next couple of weeks so that we can be ready to move forward by the time we meet next time. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So I agree with everything you just said. And that also answered I think the concerns that the county manager raised with respect to nominations, I would expect it to be like our other advisory committees, to be managed by the clerk, and all the nominations to come in, and we would deal with it just like we deal with other committees. So that I think we would do. On the CARES Act, my thinking was that we needed to move faster to decide what we're going to do with the CARES Act money. So I was not intending that the task force would make those decisions. We would make those as a board.
And that was the concern that the county manager expressed the last time, because she asked the question and I was looking for an answer, and the answer that I got was that the task force need to be established prior to the decisions being made about spending the money. So we need to clarify that tonight.
Yeah, so that's why I want to clarify. At least in my mind, people might have a different idea. In my mind, the task force was not, because I knew it was going to take some time to set up the task force. The task force was not to decide how we're going to spend that CARES Act money. We're going to decide that. So we're going to, I know people have been talking about that. But so I don't think the task force has to finish its work by December, or that the budget for the task force has to be limited to December, because it may not be, and probably won't be, just CARES Act money. We've appropriated a whole bunch of money in our budget on issues that are totally relevant to the work of the task force. And so my expectation was that some of those monies that we appropriated would help us achieve things that we put in our budget, like food security, like housing. Those things are part of this task force. So I don't think we need to wait for the task force to decide what we're going to do with the CARES Act.
All right, so
Chairman, can I chime in here?
hold on a minute.
Okay.
Because this is why we waited the 2 weeks. So with that being said, the manager was moving in the direction in that she had some recommendations. And so I'm going to ask her to bring those recommendations to the board at our next meeting for us to consider. Now, if any commissioner has some suggestions, I would ask that you give them to the manager, says that she might consider that in the recommendations that she bring forward to the committee in 2 weeks.
So is that related to the CARES Act spending?
Yes.
So what you're talking about, so can I just, I would like to make a comment about it. I really appreciated the city's process where, they had, each council member had a different subcommittee where they worked on specific recommendations. I really liked the engagement that the council members had in the process of kind of making those decisions. I just want to say that I think so I like the way this is going, that there's this longer term, community-based and staff-based task force talking about the COVID. And then I like that there's another process for figuring out the CARES funding. The only thing I would say is that I really hope commissioners are engaged in that conversation about the CARES funding.
Okay, so my experience is that everybody doesn't have the same concern. And so I'm saying, we've already wasted 2 weeks. Now we gotta wait another 2 weeks. I'm asking the county manager to bring forth a recommendation relative to the funds. And if you have concerns about how they ought to be spent, that you share that with the county manager, because she's gonna bring it back to us and we're still gonna have to adopt it. And so somebody might have additional recommendations, but all of those things need to be considered, and we don't need to wait another month before there's recommendations, because then we're into July about money that needs to be spent by December. And that was the concern that she expressed 2 weeks ago. And we don't need to belabor that any further.
Right. Well, I did say 2 weeks ago that I thought there would be two processes, but okay.
Okay. So now, to be clear, we are going to adopt this resolution, which is the long-term responsibility of the task force that will be established. We're separating that out from the CARES Act funds, and we're going to ask the manager to bring back a recommendation in 2 weeks. If commissioners have concerns or ideas about how you think those funds ought to be spent, please share them with the manager so that those ideas can be incorporated into her recommendation, but we need to move on this. Madam Manager, you have any questions? Is anything not clear about that?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am clear on where we're headed, and I look forward to working with Commissioner Fuller on the purpose of the task force. So thank you.
All right. Now, I think everybody got through their covert questions. So at this time, any last minute questions on the resolution? Commissioner Jarrell.
No, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Fuller, for putting this forth.
All right, Commissioner Harden.
No.
Commissioner McDowell.
No further questions.
Commissioner Cotham.
No further questions.
Commissioner Fuller.
Nothing further, thank you.
Commissioner Scarborough.
No questions.
Commissioner Powell.
I'll just say it again. It's really important, and I think the county manager does this anyway, but really important to have the voices from our towns in the process, just so that they don't have like a crippled social infrastructure. And so I think she does it anyway, but I just want to make sure. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Leak.
Thank you. No question. Thank you.
All right, so at this time, there's a motion and a second to adopt the resolution presented by Commissioner Fuller. This is the roll call vote. Commissioner Jarrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Clapham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Commissioner Powell.
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
The chair votes aye. Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous vote to adopt the resolution.
All right, that takes us through the covert. Madam Manager, are there any more? You have any other items?
That concludes my manager's report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, we're moving to the consent agenda. Is there, let's do the roll call vote to accept those items that were not pulled. Commissioner Burrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cochran.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Commissioner Powell.
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
The chair votes aye, Madam Clerk.
That was unanimous vote to approve the consent items that were not pulled.
All right, we'll move to consent item 6132, grant application, Bureau of Justice Assistance. Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the public for requesting that I continue to pull consent items dealing with the sheriff's office and its program. The question is about the Bulletproof Vest program. Those funds are set aside, and I thought it was being repetitious, but it's not. So they are to get vests for 20. The program has been started since 2010. So I approve of the recommendation of receiving the monies to get the vest for the sheriff's office. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second, Scarborough.
Moved by Commissioner Leak, seconded by Commissioner Scarborough. Roll call vote on the grant application for the Bureau of Justice Assistance. Commissioner Jarrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Commissioner Powell.
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the chair votes aye, Madam Clerk.
That was unanimous yes vote.
All right, item number 6147, Budget Amendment, Sheriff's Office, Commissioner Lee.
Yes, this deals still with the sheriff's office, but it's about revenue increase. And this deals specifically with the Department of Public Safety is reimbursing for overtime expenditures related to juvenile justice detention officers training. Move, Mr. Chairman.
All right, there's
Second, Scarborough.
moved by Commissioner Leach, seconded by Commissioner Scarborough. Roll call vote, Commissioner Gerald. Darrell.
Aye.
I think I've been drinking myself tonight.
You gonna get it right.
Commissioner Hart.
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye, if you said Fuller.
I did. Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Commissioner Powell.
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
The chair votes aye.
That was unanimous yes vote.
All right. Item 6154, set a public hearing for closing the right-of-way of Melanie Road. Commissioner Lee.
Thank you. I pulled this because this is in the Steel Creek Dixie River community and it's self-explanatory. And it's talking about the gravel road that's unmaintained that will become maintained. So move, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there a second?
Second, Scarborough.
Moved by Commissioner Leak, seconded by Commissioner Scarborough. Roll call vote, Commissioner Jarrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Commissioner Powell.
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes, sir.
The chair votes aye. Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous yes vote.
All right, item 6155, budget amendment, community support services, Commissioner Lee.
Thank you. I pulled this because it talks about community services, support service. And it says to us that it takes care, it's a building for the homeless management information system. So we needed to make sure that we know what that's for, and the fees will be applied to the cost of the homeless management information system and the license. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Scarborough.
Moved by Commissioner Leak, seconded by Commissioner Scarborough. Roll call vote. Commissioner Jarrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Powell.
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
The chair votes aye, Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous yes vote.
All right, moving to item 6160, grant positions, criminal justice services.
Thank you. This deals specifically with the employing people. That's 2 positions will be funded and salaries begin at 67,500. 67,000. And the market rate for the criminal justice case manager is 45,000. So there are 2 positions that can be applied for through the Director of Criminal Justice Services. So please apply for these 2 jobs. Move.
All right.
Support.
Moved by Commissioner Leak, is there a second?
Second, Scarborough.
Moved by Commissioner Leak, seconded by Commissioner Scarborough. Roll call vote, Commissioner Gerald.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Commissioner Powell.
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
The chair votes aye, Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous yes vote.
Item 6161 FY 21, proposed funding allocation plan, Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, Commissioner Lee.
And thank you so much. And I want to thank Ella Scarborough for seconding these motions that I'm making. I hope others are equally as concerned. This JCPC funding is provided by the North Carolina Department of Public Safety. And those funds are used to assist in the process of helping get through a crime prevention council. So move, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Lee, seconded by Commissioner Fuller. Roll call vote, Commissioner Jarrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller,
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough,
Aye.
Commissioner Powell,
Aye.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
The chair votes aye. Madam Clerk,
That was a unanimous yes vote.
item 6162, Budget Amendment, Health Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is specifically coming from Gibby Harris. There will be a decrease in the revenue for food and lodging services and increase of federal revenue for overdose prevention. So there are other monies that we provided through the health department. There will be an increase and a decrease. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Scarborough.
Moved by Commissioner
Scarborough.
Lee, seconded by Commissioner Scarborough. Roll call vote. Commissioner Jarrell,
Aye.
Commissioner Harden,
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell,
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham,
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller,
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough,
Aye.
Commissioner Powell,
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
Chair votes aye. Madam Clerk,
That was a unanimous yes vote.
item 6163, construction contract, government center renovations. Commissioner Lee.
Yes, I want to say to the public that there will be some renovation on the 11th floor for offices provided by other county commissioners. And the county is paying for the renovation because the scope of the work is limited to county occupancy areas only. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have an unreadiness on this one.
Okay, it's moved by Commissioner Lee, seconded by Commissioner Fuller. Discussion. Commissioner Harden.
Well, I want to draw everybody's attention to the MWSBE utilization for this. And, you know, we heard a presentation today in the Economic Development Committee. And one of the things that was highlighted is just, you know, how important it is to commissioners that they really set a standard and an expectation about MWSBE. And anyway, I wanted to highlight that we have a long way to go. And you know, I just wanted to make sure that we recognize that we've got to start really kind of you know, making higher bars for our projects, especially the ones that we have control over. These are renovations within our own buildings. And so anyway, I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
All right.
Chairman, if I could comment also.
All right, Commissioner Fuller.
To Commissioner Harden, I saw that also and was incredibly disappointed by it. But I do think that we've got to make those expectations real when we're talking about the selection. And so I would encourage us to make these decisions earlier to make sure that we get vendors who don't come to us with the 0% for MWSBE. Thank you.
All right.
Let me, before I make my motion.
Your motion's already been made, okay? So this is still the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say to us, this is not new to talk about MWBE. So this is a part of what we ought to be talking about anyway. So go right ahead.
Okay, and I guess, well, it's kind of late to ask the question because in some cases we do have job-specific opportunities and there is no minority contractor available. It's the same thing as that sole source. So just make sure that we're aware of that when we vote on it again. Commissioner Jarrell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Harden?
No.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That's a no.
Okay, Commissioner McDowell?
I'm a no.
Commissioner Cotham?
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller? Commissioner Fuller?
Oh, you didn't hear me? What?
No.
I said aye.
Okay, Commissioner Scarborough,
Aye.
Commissioner Powell,
No.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
Did I start with Commissioner Jarrell?
Yes.
You did.
Okay.
Good.
The chair votes aye. Madam Clerk?
That was 6-3 in favor of the motion.
All right, moving to item 6165, Health Resources and Services Administration, Commissioner Lee.
6165. Yes. This
The-
deals with, I'm sorry, excuse me, go right ahead. This deals with the ending of the HIV/AIDS epidemic grant, which we've been suffering with since the early 70s and 80s. So I'm asking us to continue to support so that the numbers will be decreased rather than to continue to increase. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Scarborough.
Moved by Commissioner Leak, seconded by Commissioner Scarborough. Roll call vote, Commissioner Jarrell,
Aye.
Commissioner Harden,
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell,
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham,
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller,
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough,
Aye.
Commissioner Powell,
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
The chair votes aye. Madam Clerk?
That was a unanimous yes vote.
All right, 6170, budget amendment. Summer funding.
This deals specifically with full for clarity and public awareness as it relates Terry Stowers, Division, Department of Park and Recreation. And it's self-explanatory. Now, it says that it was awarded $25,000 funds for the Rose Initiative in the Sports for Equity program, which uses basketball to deal with young people late at night. So we need to support this. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Chair second.
Second, this is Commissioner Powell.
Moved by Commissioner Lee, by Commissioner Powell. Roll call vote. Commissioner Jarrell, how do you vote?
Aye. Aye.
Commissioner Harden,
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell,
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham,
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller,
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough,
Aye.
Commissioner Powell,
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
The chair votes aye. Madam Clerk?
That was a unanimous yes vote.
Item 6175, grant application for DSS. Commissioner Leak, the CARES
Yes.
Act.
Thank you. This deals specifically with funds, relief and economic security of these funds. What's going to happen? Who's going to get it? And I think we discussed that with our dear friend Fuller. So move, Mr. Chairman, if we look at this and we see that the monies funds are available to rural, large, and small urban transportation systems.
Second,
et cetera.
Scarborough.
So move.
It's been moved by Commissioner Lee, seconded by Commissioner Scarborough. Commissioner Jarrell,
Aye.
Commissioner Harden,
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell,
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham,
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller,
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough,
Aye.
Commissioner Powell,
Aye.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
The chair votes aye. Item 6189, Mecklenburg County Solid Waste Fee Ordinance. Commissioner Lee.
Yes, thank you so much. It speaks about no increase to the residential customers who use county drop-off centers. That's number one. Number two, there would be an increase in the fees for non-residential personnel, $65 to $75 annually. And there would be an increase for disposal fee for the use of Speedway landfill of $1.10 per ton. So there is an increase on the process of solid waste. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Commissioner Powell.
All right, moved by Commissioner Lee, seconded by Commissioner Powell. Roll call vote. Commissioner Jarrell,
Aye.
Commissioner Harden,
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell,
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham,
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller,
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough,
Aye.
Commissioner Powell,
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
The chair votes aye. Madam Clerk?
That was a unanimous yes vote.
Okay, earlier today, several of you indicated that you wanted to make some comments given the ongoing situation with rioting and relative to the situation in Minneapolis. And I agreed to extend your time by 2 minutes. Given that there are 9 of us, that's a total of 45 minutes. If everybody speaks the entire 5 minutes. So this is the last item on our agenda. We'll begin with Commissioner Jarrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, tonight, I think all of our hearts are heavy from what we've witnessed. I think about, I certainly want to offer my condolences to the Floyd family. I am sick about us being back in a space where we are protesting another tragedy in this country. And somehow, some way, this particular one has really pricked the hearts of people not only in the country but around the world. And I'm glad about that. I'm glad that we're forced to face ourselves and to talk about the systemic and institutional structures that create barriers, that perpetuate racism and inequity. And I am glad to see that there are so many people that are joining this fight, that are lifting their voices up. And it's not just Black people, people of all races, all ages. It's been a multicultural effort. I appreciate my colleagues on this board who have lent their support, lent me their ears that have allowed me to vent, that have allowed me to share my frustration. I want the public to realize tonight that I am frustrated, I'm hurt, and I'm angry. I don't condone rioting, I don't condone looting, but I understand the anger. And I understand that there are people that are expressing it in ways that I don't particularly care for, and I don't believe it's productive. I want us to be constructive and not destructive. But I also know that as an elected official, that I have a tremendous responsibility to be a voice for those people, to speak on their behalf, and to do everything that I can to level the playing field, to set the conditions that will actually change lives. And while we've gone through this, I realized that we put together some tremendous budgets, some items that really can change lives. And we have. But I think one of the things, and being critical of myself, is that I've taken a victory lap in many cases and haven't followed up. And I haven't made sure that those voices that I heard on Friday night as I was walking the streets and I saw people going into the food line and tear gas being deployed and smoke all around me, and just listening and being in that chaos, I realized that there's a lot more work for us to do. And tonight, today, and in the future, we're really challenged to really make that change that we talk about. And it has to go beyond just putting a line item down and letting it go. But we've got to follow through. We've got to listen. We've got to be a voice. You know, when I think about not only George Floyd, I think about Trayvon Martin, I think Eric Gardner, I think Philando Castile, I think Sandra Bland, I think of so many that we can, so many tragedies, Keith Lamont Scott. And I'm really tired of going from tragedy to tragedy. And I think we have a golden opportunity with this board, with this particular group, to really, really implement substantive change. And I challenge all of us, and I know we will rise to the occasion. And when I say all of us, it's not just elected, but our staff. And I appreciate them and what they do and how they have attempted to deliver for us and how they have delivered for us. And I think it's important that we keep a lens on the least of these as we move forward and understand that is where the fight is. And the fight is outside of the places that we go and rub elbows with the who's who. But we've got to get down and get with folks who don't have a voice and can't get into the places and the spaces that we operate in on a consistent basis. And, my heart is definitely heavy tonight. And, but I challenge us to make those changes. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing this time.
All right, Commissioner Harden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said earlier today, there was a piece in today's Charlotte Observer where many of my constituents sent a message to their Black neighbors, and I wanted to read it. It says, "A message to our Black neighbors. We feel outrage, grief, disgust, and remorse. We stand with you in horror, lament, and weariness. We're fed up. It's time. We confess our complicity, inertia, and timidity. We own our responsibility right now. With God's help, we will change ourselves. And with you, we'll change our institutions and our community." And so tonight, I want to speak directly to my district, District 5. These words must be accompanied by our deeds. No more business as usual. We live in neighborhoods that were the standard bearer for what redlining looked like. When the protests came to Myers Park, they came there because that was the first redline neighborhood of our community. And we must change. And words must be accompanied with deeds. And I think that requires a two-step process. The first step is that we have to tell the truth. And the second thing is we have to reconcile our complicity. So we need a truth and reconciliation process where we tell the truth and we reconcile what we've done. And so I feel like, we have to ask ourselves from this point forward, what are we changing? And make sure that we're telling the truth and reconcile our complicity in the process. So I intend to be, I appreciate Commissioner Durrell's. We've spent a lot of time on the phone together these past couple of days, and I appreciate his comments and all the things that we've worked out together. And I appreciate the board, and I appreciate the budget we adopted, because I honestly believe it's not business as usual. It identifies racial disparity as our #1 priority, and it puts significant dollars behind addressing food deserts and racial health disparities and workforce development and disparities in terms of how we've made investments in parks and recreation. And so I'm really proud of those investments. And it's a step in the right direction. Continue to listen, and we'll continue to work hard. And with God's help, we will change ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This week has been one of the hardest that I've experienced as an elected leader. To see so much pain and so many crying out for change. I have seen it in every face I look into. George Floyd's death is a tragedy, and it's a symbol of so much that has gone wrong in our country. And my colleagues and I, we recognize that racism is a public health crisis in so many ways, and we want to take real steps to address it. People want this moment to matter, for it all to not be in vain. And this right here, this local government budget, this is our biggest responsibility. And this is where the people have elected us to act on the reforms that we believe in. And this is where we live up to our ideals and why we were meant to be here right now at this point in time. And so it's clear to me that we cannot go on with business as usual thinking, and we must be bold in response to our many issues that plague us as a community, especially as we face a public health crisis turned economic crisis, turned everything is now in crisis. We have got to respond to this moment in our history with new ideas and innovative thinking. We must utilize the funds that we have to provide services that shape the future. This is our chance. This is our moment to see if we can be bold and aspire to more. It is not the time to play it safe. And we can be smart about how we use this moment to our advantage to shape the future. And so that's why I'm proud of this budget and all that we tried to incorporate into it, knowing that racial disparity was our number one, priority before the uprisings came along. And so I just want to add that I want to speak to the hourly paid CMS workers issue. I think that sort of got pulled into the entire budget. And as we went through, we didn't get to talk about that. And I just want to say that I think it's really regrettable how we got here. I wish that we could have had the conversation, that it could have been brought up at the last meeting we had with CMS on May 13th, when they even, brought us their, they reiterated their 3-phase proposal at that time. And I don't think we made an issue of it at that time. But having said that, I am in support of these hourly workers getting to $15 an hour in this budget year. I am in support of them not waiting another year and another year based on our declining revenues. These are people who deserve a base wage that is the same as the base wage of other government workers in our community. Is it hard to get there? Yes, it is hard, but it is right. This is the reset button. And my God, it is painful to press. Last week, I made a motion that the county forego its raises in light of the raises from last year. At most, I was in support of targeted raises for the workers who are paid below their peers in the private sector and who are on the front lines in the COVID response. I also made a motion that commissioners and executive staff not receive raises, and that motion failed. The truth of the matter is our budgets will be stressed because of the pandemic for quite some time to come. But we cannot continue down the path of business as usual. We must take the lead, set the course, and shape our future with full intention to live up to our ideals. I believe that without the critical investments in those hourly workers and in our new budget, in this, we will be coasting to the same outcomes we have now, and that is just not acceptable. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Cotham.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, this has been a very difficult week. After many difficult weeks of just the pandemic, like we think it couldn't have gotten worse, and then it did. And to all the protesters, I guess I say to them, I see you, I hear you, I mourn with you, and I wish I could be with you. All of the protests have brought me back in thought to the 1960s. I remember the urban unrest in the 1960s, probably beginning with 1965 with the riots in Watts in Los Angeles. In 1968, after Martin Luther King was assassinated, there were 4 days of riots. And they were riots in Washington, D.C. 13 people died. Washington was on fire. I have thought about those days. I needed support. I listened to the speech of Bobby Kennedy, and when he told people in Indianapolis about Martin Luther King passing or being assassinated, and his remarkable words lifted me. We haven't been lifted by leaders like that in Washington. But I knew that as I watched that again, that, 90 days later, he died. He was assassinated as well. I think I've been touched as I listened to my colleagues speak from the heart, but I guess I just want to kind of conclude and talk about the tragic death of Mr. Floyd has touched a nerve probably closest to the nerve that was touched with the death of Emmett Till in the mid-1950s. He will be remembered all along with so many others who have been unjustly killed by racism. And I would just ask, we've talked a lot in this conversation tonight about CMS and our children, but our children are watching what's happening on television. Our children, our Black children, our brown children, our white children are watching. And they're always going to remember it, just like I remember things from when I was very young. And what are we doing to help them understand? Because there really is no understanding of this. But I just ask all of us to urge people to remember our children that are going through this without having the historical background, without really understanding what is happening. They are confused. They are already isolated from being with their friends at school and their wonderful teachers. And now they see their parents and their relatives all upset and glued to the television. They see things uptown. We have to reach out to them because we're going to have so many children that are going to be practically experiencing depression or PTSD from all of this if we don't talk to them and help them understand and let them know that they're going to be okay. So I just pray for our country. I pray for our city. And I ask God to help us. And we will get through this. Past generations got through difficult problems, and we will too. That concludes my comments.
All right, Commissioner Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say that that my heart is heavy. I think about the fact that race and the problem of racism is America's original sin that we have yet to atone for. And when I see on video, undeniably, the power of the law taking a life on the street of a Black man who, whatever you want to say about him, surely did not wake up that morning believing that he would not make it through the day. Breath taken away, literally taken away by the power of the law. It's heavy because I deal in the law. That's my profession. And I think about the fact that when I'm out on the street, I don't get a chance to give my resume. I don't get a chance to say that I attended college and law school, I have a law degree, and practice law in 3 different states, that I serve as the county commissioner, served as the chair of the county commission. I don't get to say any of that when I'm out on the street and stopped by a police officer. And I worry about how in just a split second, life can be snuffed out merely because of the color of my skin. I just celebrated a birthday on Sunday. And a lot of transition in my life right now. My daughter is about to go to college. My son's in college. And they told me a couple of days ago that my son had been stopped by police officers in our neighborhood twice. And I can't tell you how my heart seized up just hearing that. It's in the past, but it's not really in the past. And I put that together with what happened to Mr. Floyd, what happened to Philando Castile. And I say, in a split second. So I believe we have to protest, yes. But that's not enough. And we got to make a difference. We can't talk about making a difference. We actually have to do the work. And so that's why I'm proud of the budget that we passed this year. Because it's, I believe, going to help make a difference. And the story hasn't been told of what we put in that budget. Have you seen one single newspaper article about the things that we put in this budget? No, you didn't see it because it's not sexy. But that's the kind of work that has to be done. And we're not going to get credit for all the things that we did. But we have to be satisfied that we are making a difference. And so I have to have a sense of hope that it's going to end at some point, that things are going to get better. We got to vote in November. We've got to end this madness in Washington. And I just pray for our community. I pray for my family, my son, my daughter, your son and your daughter, that somehow we can find our way together to make this a better place. America still is a great place despite all its problems. It still is a great place. I wouldn't live anywhere else in the world. But we got a lot of work to do. I hope we do that work. Thank you.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Did you say Scarborough?
I did.
Oh, well, good. I am delighted that we passed our budget and we didn't have to worry about over that. Trevor, I'm definitely where you are as it relates to some of the stuff that's going on. But I will tell you, and I think most of you know, that I was in the Orangeburg massacre and also the Sumter massacre, and was in jail for 2 and 3 nights because of trying to make life better. So every time I hear this stuff, it brings back memories. But anyway, may God continue to bless these folk who don't understand. That's all I have to say.
All right, Commissioner Powell.
I had my chance to talk when I did the prayer, and I just say again, I pray for leadership that unites and really gets to the heart of the protest, and I want to be part of that. Thank you.
Commissioner Leek.
Let me first say thank you to Dr. Woods and to Reverend Boyd for their bravery to come speak before the public about a budget that was needed to make sure that brown children and Black children would get an education. I'm mad, and I can't help but be mad. The experiences I've had, I think about my ancestors who were brought here, didn't ask to come, but they were brought to America. And we are still enslaved. We still enslaved. And if you don't believe it, keep living. And as a Black woman, you suffer more. There's a resentment. There's a dislike. There's a non-caring, but a user. We work hard for the Democratic Party, but we don't head anything. So I'm upset with all of this because I've lived it before. Keep living it every 10 or 15 years, and to hear the same rhetoric over and over again. We must change. We got to do better. But when is change going to come? How is it going to come? And when you have a group of people who perceive that you are a troublemaker because you speak up for your people, I'm going to keep speaking up for my people. You can like me or not like me. I'm going to still do the work that I was sent here to do. Out here protesting. Yes, we need to protest. Jobs are scarce. Housing is scarce. Nonprofit organizations always headed by white people. So my thing is, if you don't have poor people, they don't have a job. That's a fact. Been begging to get desert where we could get food in the desert over the years, and we still don't have it. Where we live is not clean, and we're talking about going to a Valentine and doing something. And you drive through Lincoln Heights, you drive through Beatty's-Ford Road, you drive off of 16. Anywhere you drive in the Black, grass needs cutting. Paper needs picking up. There are problems in this community that we have yet to settle. And it's about race. It's all about the color of your skin. But as long as you're skinning and grinning, it's okay. Racial disparities we've had with us. And I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of talking about it. And that's all we want to do. It's not a forum. Let's talk about it. There has to be some degree of accountability. We always want to quote Martin Luther King. Yet the people killed him. Yet the people disrespect him when he lived. And every time you turn around, it's something about what Martin Luther King has said. But have we made it a reality? Have we made it a reality? I remember the riots in Watts. I remember when Bobby Kennedy was killed in California. I remember when our former president in '63 was assassinated. It's seemingly those who want to make a difference never get to live to see it happen. So all I can say to this community that I live in now, you're still a segregated community. Your children are segregated. It's the worst segregation of our schools in the history of this community. And we're still breaking the law. We are still the last hired and the first fired. So I have some real problems with talking about venting. Yes, we talk, but tomorrow morning it's going to be business as usual. So I've learned to live with it. If you speak to me, I speak to you. And many of you say, I don't like her. talks too much, but I have something to talk about. I have something to tell. I have a story to tell. I've lived a lonely life when it comes to dealing with people who resent the very fact that you want to speak up for your people. It's still there. Won't talk to you, laugh at you, criticize you, laugh at me because I pull consent items, and I will continue to pull consent items. Yes, I'm mad. My ancestors were mad.
All right, Commissioner Leak,
I'm still mad.
thank you. All right, let me just share a few thoughts. Having been one who had my personal struggles, I think I understand better than a lot of people why people are angry and why people are upset. Let me start first by saying that I want to thank my colleagues for allowing me the privilege of steering the ship. I will tell you, I have served in government for 24 years. I have never been more proud of a budget than I am this year. I think some things that we put in this budget will actually create systemic change, the kind of change that we've been talking about. The interesting thing about that is that people won't hear about it. They won't see it because folk were in a position to share those concerns. Chances are they won't share it. But that's okay. There's a sweet relief in knowing that we made a difference. I grieve tonight, not just for George, but for all of those who came before him. And you never get used to the fact that now there's another one. And the question is, what will change and when will it change? As I talk to young people, I understand their frustration. Young people grew up with this sense of fairness, and that's one of my issues. I really expect people to be fair. But I've learned that when people want what they want, fairness goes out the window. Think about how some of the school board members treated us when we wanted to be fair to people who have been left behind for such a long period of time. They call out the cavalry in an attempt to pressure us to do what they wanted us to do, when all they needed to do was do the hard work. A lot of elected officials want to be elected, but they don't want to do the work. And so I'm proud tonight that we're going to make them do the work. We're going to make them work for our children, which is the job that they asked for. We're going to make them treat their employees fairly. That is part of what young people see when they see unfairness. Had I committed a murder on a public street in front of lots of people, I would have been arrested immediately. Why are people upset? Because it took days, it took hours before people even considered making an arrest when what had happened was so obvious. It only takes probable cause. That's a reasonable belief by reasonable people that a crime had been committed. Why did it take so long? And so when people have to look at that, they see the injustice. And it's happened time and time again. When Barbecue Becky called the police about a young man having a cookout in the park, when this young lady called the New York police to tell how fearful she was of a man who simply asked her to put her dog on a leash. These things have been happening for a long time. I've been the victim of them myself. And so I understand why people are angry and upset. I just happened to have a conversation with my son on Saturday. And because he now has 3 sons, he said to me, Dad, I know why you yelled at me when you were teaching me to drive, when I didn't make a complete stop at the stoplight. He said, it's because you knew that I should not give officers one reason to stop me. He said, now I appreciate that lesson. And so let me just end by saying that we've got a lot of work to do. This board is prepared to do it. We've started tonight making decisions that will have significant impact on this community now and into the future. With that being said, the chair will entertain a motion that this meeting be adjourned.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second, Commissioner Harden.
Moved by Commissioner Fuller, seconded by Commissioner Harden. Roll call vote for the last time. I'm going to get it right. Commissioner Jarrell.
I was going to change my name if you didn't. Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cochran.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Commissioner Powell.
Aye.
Commissioner Leek.
Free at last, free at last.
Thank God.
I think that's a yes.
The chair votes aye, Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous vote to adjourn the meeting.
Meeting stands adjourned.
Good night.
Good
right.
night, everybody. Good meeting. Okay.